I already picked the wrong the wrong background. God damn it. Hello, 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 everyone. Hi, hi. Here, let me... I hate how my OBS looks at the moment. Give me a second. It's really annoying. Can I... Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. Good. Good. Congratulations on Firth Jaybird. Congrats, congrats. Also, hi Takio. I sniff you. I sniff you. How are you guys doing? I know it's pretty late, honestly. But I was like, oh, I got distracted by working on some stuff, and I was like, oh wait, I should probably get on. Because I forgot. Let's see. Nice. I was watching these people play a frog wog, the frog squad thing, and I was like, oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. I can't wait to see the whole thing later. It's such a funny game. If you guys have ever played it, you're basically playing as like a frog with some of the homies, and you have to like gather food and stuff. So like a whole bunch of food, and you need to like throw up all the food at the end. It's basically like another what do you call it, Lethal Company / Repo. You go collect objects, bring them back, and things like that. It's just that you're a frog, and teamwork is very much a thing. Like you have to be locked in to do it. Basically, you have to have like really good teamwork, because you have to like what do you call it, launch yourself or launch your friends, especially across like the buildings and things like that. So it do be a lot. It do be a lot. Doing good, and you? W. Let's go. Very nice. That is good. I am well. There you go. I gotta be faster because we automatically get into ads, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll sit here for a little bit. I was recently watching this dude. So basically, right before this, I was watching this guy's channel, his YouTube channel, John Sai. He has like I was just basically YouTube stalking him at this point, right? And I was looking through all the stuff that he was doing. So one of the videos that caught my interest in general was just his video talking about how, where was it? Which one did I watch first? Basically, he moved to Japan when he was 30, right? So he's in his 30s, and he decided to like go and study abroad because he never could when he was earlier, like when he was younger. And he has this like kind of what do you call it? A general demeanor of just looking back at things that he has done so far, and like kind of feeling like he's not making the most out of his time. So it's really interesting to me personally, just because when it comes to like moving to another country, and when it comes to even, you know, just living there, regardless if you're working or if you're a student, I think a lot of people move very quickly, if that makes sense. Like, you know, especially in those situations, whether or not you do it when you're younger, like in university, or when you do it like outside of university. Also, thank you for the care package, Takio. Thank you. Yeah. So even if you do it like outside of university, right? Because you can go to a language school like whenever. Like you can be 60 and like go to Japan and like go and be a part of a language school. Like I don't think they necessarily have like a cutoff of your age or anything like that. So like people, as long as you have the money, obviously, as long as you have the money and the support and like the savings for you to be able to do that, it's not impossible. just because of your age. But this is what I'm getting at, especially when you're in that kind of that mindset of like, okay, I could only do this once, or like right now is the time, because when it comes to the general, I don't want to say general vibe, but right now it's getting harder and harder to get into Japan, basically. So a lot of people feel like they need to rush, or they feel like they need to make the most out of like a small amount of time. Because usually in these programs, you're only there for like 6 months. Sometimes if they're very generous with your visa, they'll give you like extra time. Like I know from mine, my visa was, originally I was going to be studying abroad for a year, but they gave me a visa that was 2 years and 2 years and a half. It's like 2 years and 6 months. So they were very generous because they thought that like, usually what happens is like students ask for more time or whatever, or like try to get a little bit extra for them to be able to like, you know, there are quite a few students, at least from when I was going to school there, who ended up trying to transfer over from their United States university to like being a part of, you know, the Japanese university. So that's why I think they give you a bit of time. I'm not too sure how they do it now, because I haven't had any friends who wanted to study abroad. I think most of my friends have graduated by now, like all of my kohais and stuff like that. So basically I was watching his YouTube channel. I thought it was very interesting because, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of people who kind of like rush a lot of experiences, if that makes sense. Which I think it's good if you're hungry and willing to have all these experiences and to be outgoing and try new things, right? I think that's very good, like a very good character trait. However, it's very easy to kind of beat yourself up over it, because if you're so focused on doing this thing every week, doing that thing every other Sunday or whatever, it's very easy to lose sight of things that you want to do versus things that you think you should do. Because there's quite a few people who, like, in like a very small sense, I remember going to school there, who were very like not interested in the clothing, but they're like, oh well, I should make use of the fact that I can fit into the clothes and be able to buy a whole bunch of stuff. Like I'll fill up my suitcase with a bunch of like Japanese brands and then sell them abroad, I guess. Where I was like, you're not into the fashion at all. What are you doing, bro? You're wasting your money. Go to the onsen, or like travel to different cities using that money. Like what are you doing? Like I was like just completely baffled, right? And I think it comes down also to like the influencer culture, in a sense of just, you know, social media and wanting to take really nice pictures, or I don't know. It could be like the societal pressure, I guess, of like doing all of the tourist spots and taking pictures, especially in very like iconic spots. Because for me, there was a lot of friends that I had who wanted to go to certain like restaurants or malls or like spaces for them to take pictures. So I'm like, okay, bet, like here, I'll become like a little photographer for a day. I don't mind. But that it just kind of makes me remember kind of that time period of my life, and seeing this dude and hearing him talk about his experiences, I was like, no, I completely understand. Like there's a part in his video, like his introduction video, where he was talking about, yeah, you know, I would like walk up to like a Japanese person and try speaking Japanese because I'm here learning Japanese. Like I'm here at a language school. And they would be like, oh, hi, you know, and then they would quickly realize that like my Japanese was not at all good. He's like, no, it was not good. Like, I'm very much starting from nothing. So I'm very eager to learn more, and to be able to speak with people, which for me, I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. That's a really good trait to have. But he's like, yeah, it's kind of soul crushing when they just switch to the little English that they make, because they switch to the little English that they know, because my Japanese is so bad, and I just feel so bad. I was like, dude, I felt that. I felt that. Because when I went to Japan too, I didn't know any Japanese at all. Like I was just like, well, we'll see how effective this school, because the school that I went to was very well known for their language program. Well, specifically their Japanese language program. So I was like, okay, I bet, like, you know, I want to go in there, no knowledge, see how it comes in. Like, you know, I knew like, oh, thank you, like the very touristy type of, you know, words just to get you by. But no, I completely felt that. And it was really funny. It was really funny because he was talking about it. He's like, yeah, you know, I've been going to school for like a few weeks because you know, I'm not making this video as I've, you know, flown in or whatever. But he's like, yeah, you know, I've been learning, but also I think learning a language now in my 30s, like a language that I don't have much experience in whatsoever, has made me realize that, like, damn, I'm really struggling. Which I'm like, oh, so it's okay, it's okay. Especially if you don't already know a language, trying to learn a language is really hard, in like my opinion, because you don't have that basis of like knowing a second language and knowing what, like, okay, you know, like say Spanish is your second language, right? And you're like, okay, well, how did I learn how to speak Spanish? Oh, I did this, I did that. And then, you know, having that kind of a basis of how to learn, you know, Japanese and be able to use it. So he made this comment. He made this comment that made me laugh. He was like, you know, I was talking to my classmates and talking about how hard it is for me to learn Japanese and things like that, right? And what my classmate told me was like, hey, you know, if you're learning a language, it's not like, you shouldn't think about it as climbing up a ladder. You should think of it as building a pyramid. So you need your bases before you'll be able to like get higher and higher and higher. And so bro looked at the camera and deadass said, after I heard that, I was like, damn, my pyramid must be fucking huge, dude, because I feel like I keep learning, I keep placing more and more stones. Like, my pyramid must be fucking wide. I was like, dude, that's so real. I'm sorry, but that's so real. Because, you know, especially learning a language, I feel like I don't know, for me, it has always been hard. It's never been like an easy process for me. So I can really sympathize with bro in having that kind of frustration. Especially like depending on who you're in class with, it can be very demoralizing, because, you know, you could be placed in a classroom that's like has kind of like the sister language, where it's like, you know, if you have a group of classmates who are Korean or, you know, Chinese or like from other, you know, like the language branch, of course it's going to be easier for them to learn, like how it would be easier for someone who speaks English to like learn Spanish, right, than like a Japanese person. So that's also a factor. But if you go to a language school, I think, you know, they should put that into consideration. My issue was because I went there as a university student and not a language student. I was taking regular university classes alongside of my Japanese learning classes. It was rough. it was a hard time. It was still fun, obviously. And I still retained some of the knowledge, not a lot, if I'm being honest with you, but that's just because I wasn't very proactive in using the language, because like my university didn't really have a lot of like Japanese language speakers at all. So I was like, damn, dude. And especially when you make a lot of friends who speak Japanese and English, they kind of just want to practice their English, if I'm being honest with you. So most of my Japanese friends that I had before I went to Japan and like after I went to Japan, most of them just want to speak English to me. So I was like, damn, dude, no practice, man. Also, hi Spartan, hey, hi. Here, let me switch over while I listen to this some more. But yeah, it's just making me kind of reminisce over like my experiences or what I was thinking when I was getting to those little what do you call it? When I was getting to those little milestones, if that makes sense. So watching his channel has been really interesting, at least for my sense, because I also did something similar. I was doing like content creation for a particular business company. I understand. I understand the woes of like trying to do vlogging and stuff like that. Let me see. Well, hello. Let's see. I'm trying to find his other video that I was going to watch. Maybe this one. Oh yeah, and like the thing about language school, especially in Japan, most of the time, I don't think I've ever heard them not doing this, but most of the time you're going to be learning the language in the language. So good luck with understanding grammar. Honestly, good luck, dude, especially if you're like starting from nothing. Which obviously I think many people go into these language schools like that, where they're like, yeah, I kind of just want to take like the beginning course lessons for me to understand and have that solid foundation. But if you don't, like, if you have questions, and this is something that I struggled a lot with too, was I'd be like, okay, why do you put this here, or why did you put this here over doing this? And then they'll look at it and they'll look at you, they'll look at it and they'll like explain it completely in Japanese and then look at you for confirmation, and you're just like, and then they walk away. Oh, thank you for the hydration, Queenie. Thank you, thank you. Also, hi Natasha. Hi, hi. I wonder if you guys can hear my fan. Sorry if you can. Maybe that's a little bit better. But yeah, it's just making me think about all of the, what do you call it? Experiences of other people that I know of too, where when I was talking to some other foreigners when I was living in Japan and they were like going to language school, it was very similar to the language school that I was attending at my university, or at my host university, I should say. Where I'm like, okay, yeah, you guys use the same books, okay, you know, the same kind of structure of classes. Because like, for example, when I took Japanese classes, I had 2 different Japanese courses. One was like completely beginner Japanese, which was like 1 credit, and then the other one was, I don't even remember. I don't remember how many credits it was. It was a really big class. Where I think it took like half of the time I was there just for that 1 class. Because I think I had 2 different teachers or 3 different teachers. I don't remember. All I remember is I liked only one of them. He was really nice. One of the teachers that I had. He was more in charge of like the speaking exercises, I believe, and he was like a trooper actually, because he would make his own, like, how do I explain this? He would make his own practice questions as well as like conversations, so he wasn't completely reliant on the book at all. He was like, nah, I know how to do this, dudes. Like, this is what we're gonna lock in and learn instead, which was very different from like my other 2 language teachers. They were very much by the book sort of deal. And also he was just more fun, just in general to talk to as well, because like when it would be the end of class, right, when it would be the end of class, as soon as it was the end, he would immediately switch back to English and he'd be like, yo, because you know, it's like against it's against guidelines to talk to us in English in any sense of form during the class because it's like immersion learning. But you would like have genuine conversations with him outside of class because he also just didn't have any other classes throughout the day, at least when I would have a class with him. So it was really nice just to talk about things because he was very much like a world traveler. So he knows like a little bit of like other languages, like a little bit of French, a little bit of like Korean and things like that. And it was like so nice because he would know like certain cultural aspects of certain countries as well. So it was really fun to see him interact with like students who are like, you know, obviously internationals. Regardless if they were like a exchange student like I was, or if they were like a international student who were going to get their degree from the Japanese university. Yeah, no, he was great. The other two teachers, not so great if I'm being honest with you. Same thing with like a couple of years later, my Korean teachers. I had one really good Korean teacher and she was amazing, but unfortunately she had some like family issues to deal with, so she ended up leaving our class like mid-semester. And her replacement, oh my god, her replacement I did not get along with at all. I really did not get along with her. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's white. Yeah, I'm really wondering what language school he ended up choosing. Oh, he must be. Oh no, I'm listening to him. So basically he ended up being like an hour away from his school and he registered and stuff like that. And he was like, yeah, so I moved again and unfortunately I had to re-register. I was like, dude, that's so fair. I was very lucky in a sense of like my host school ended up just like lining us up like little ducklings and like took us to like the area we're living at. So like to give for like perspective, I lived in Shinjuku, so it was like a huge fucking building. Cause I feel that too, cause like I also had to go through like the process of like closing like my Japanese bank account and things like that and making sure that I paid the remaining amount of like health insurance, which was really good because I dead ass, guys, if I'm being honest with you, I paid my health insurance. Like I was like, yo, I went up to the dude, right, and I was like, yo, is there any way that I could just pay for these all at once? And he was like, I mean, yeah, you could, I guess. I was like, okay, here, bet. Because like it was just like one less thing to worry about and one less thing to pay for, because I would know that like, for example, a lot of my friends who lived in the same kind of dormitory were like very frustrated because sometimes when you have like any sort of bank issues, it's not really easy to like, you know, one, it really depends on your banking. So if you're not with like a major bank in your home country, it's very frustrating to be able to like get say a new card sent over to you, or like say you forgot to tell them like, hey, I'm going to be in a, you know, another country for an extended period of time, and you didn't let them know, and so you're stranded without money, and you have to like wait till you can actually get a cell phone that you can call on and like talk to our representative and things like that. It's very much like a kind of a situation where I'm like, okay, like if I have the cash right now, then I would rather just pay for it, because in the long run I ended up having some altercations with my banking. So I ended up just taking out money in a sense of like 2 months of rent, and then storing 1 month of rent away just in case. And that really, honestly, it really came in handy, because I know some people have been placed in like really rough situations, and so it's really embarrassing to be like, yo, hey, like, actually, friend, can you spot my rent and I'll pay you back, because I don't want to be late on the rent, but also you know, I'm still waiting back until my account is cleared. So I also know that there's a couple of students who had to like go through that as well. It's super awkward, dude. It was so fucking awkward. Also, thank you for the care package, Lisa. Thank you. Howdy. How you doing? Hmm. What can I draw a line right here? Oh my god, I want to sneeze. And I gotta say, like, I'm very impressed, because like usually people drag their feet when they want to go and study abroad, just because of the fact that, you know, you go to a country, you don't really know anyone there, especially if you go to like a country like in his situation where he's going when he's 30, and like he absolutely knows no one there, especially like the city that he moves to. um that that is way harder. That is so hard, dude. I'm gonna go lurk for now. Okay, okay. Good luck, Nisa. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. Also, good luck, good luck, good luck. Yeah, I think it's way harder to do that. Because like when I did my study abroad, right? Uh, I had like a few friends in Tokyo already. Same way when I did my study abroad in Korea, I knew at least one soul there, maybe two, but you know, the person who I met back when I was basically, I know a guy who lived in Seoul because we took Japanese classes together. However, he wasn't at the university because, you know, he went to the Japanese university. So when I went to Korea, I was like, oh yeah, like I know you, but like you're not here. Yeah. But I made some really nice friends, so it wasn't too bad at all. So he's like talking about his experiences trying to make friends and things like that. Which can be very hard, especially if you're like honestly from America, because not many European countries or like other countries really like you. I hate drawing ears. Wow, he's taking private lessons. Come on. Oh, dude, it's okay. He's like talking about how frustrating it is to use like a laundry machine in Japan. And I'm like, dog, it's okay. Cause I still to like the time that I lived in like my dormitory, I still didn't know how to use the rice maker. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna boil my rice. It's so much faster. Because that little like machine would be running for like 2 or 3 hours. And I'm like, God damn it. It's okay. Bro, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my
Oh my god. Why why is my stabilization so bad on this, dude? Oh no. Oh no, bros being God damn it. God damn it. He was talking about how his age kind of, like, for example, he puts a limit on himself due to his age, right? Because he's like in his 30s, right? And I'm like, bro, don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it. It's fine. Because even for me, right? I lived in Japan when I was 19. And many of my friends were already 30. So it's kind of crazy to think now that, like, I have, like, obviously I'm older, and that my friends are like way older now, where I'm like, that is so crazy to think about now. Like, I'm not at the age of like 30 yet, but like it's crazy to think about how time flies really quickly. And I'm like, yeah, no, don't even like worry about age in a sense, because at the end of the day, there's even people who are even older who, like, obviously go and they do these programs and things like that, and they have a great time. They have like a wonderful time, dude. So like, just it's like that saying, right? Like, to be cringe is to be free. And you know, he ends up going into talking about how he's like, yeah, you know, in Japan, like, the couple culture is crazy, and like I realized that, like, damn, I've never been so pressured into being in a relationship. I was like, dude, put hand on shoulder. You don't understand. You don't understand the feeling when it's like Christmas time in Japan. Oh, it's so, because it's such a couple holiday. It is rough. It's rough. Ear moment. Yeah, exactly. The ears. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, there. I wanted to listen to the rest of like his I Thought I'd Do More. Yeah. Oh, another thing too is, especially when you like study abroad, when you get back to your like home country, right, or wherever it is, people assume that you'll just be automatically fluent. It's crazy. I was like, look. The only people who are gonna be like extremely like their ability to speak is gonna be so like high is like the prodigies, dude, or the people who like did nothing but grind the language. Which, again, when you're doing anything in life, right, you need to have a balance of like fun things and also studying, and also a little bit of rotting, just a little bit, not too much, just a little bit of rotting. So I'm like, damn, that's, ooh, I felt that. Oh, welcome on in. Hi, hi. Ash.
I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your
You didn't do it? Damn.
Gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. All of the weather we doing our promises worth. Open the curtains, baby I'm certain.
Oh, he's basically talking about how he turned down a lot of like introductions in the beginning of his time staying there. Like, oh, we'll go to this mixer party, because especially like when you're living in Japan, a huge part of his like a huge opportunity to meet people is through like the mixer culture, or like just general like parties, in a sense. Not necessarily like party in a sense, but it's more like, oh, going to go out to eat with this group of people and then going to karaoke later, or like meeting at a certain place and just hanging out there. But usually it involves like a lot of alcohol. Let's go.
But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing our promises worth. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a lie that. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet. only for a moment. If only for a moment, take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start. If only for a moment. We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start. If only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back what we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start. If only for a moment. If only for a moment. If only for a moment. Take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start. If only for a moment. Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Saying need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you forgot. I'm not the one or the two or the three or the five. Girl, you need space, go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find, act right, saying you're fine. Read between lines, I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve, silky little sleeve. Lines between the lines, between the lines, somehow I find you. I can't buy the time, no more time. Lines between the lines, between the lines, somehow I find you. I can't borrow time, I'm tired of trying. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve, your silky little sleeve.
Oh my god, the hands.
Silky little sleeve, silky little sleeve.
I think I'm gonna redraw this hand completely.
I've been going out
There we
of
go.
my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtain.
I'm also struggling with hand at this exact moment. Oh my god, real. Also, thank you for the care package, cheaper. Thank you, thank you.
Telling me you know I'm
The struggle's so real.
but I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Some like the duck running. I ain't coming with none. I know what they want from me. I can spot the fake loving. Rolling up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like K-Honey. Usher, I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross feet. God drive like 6 V's. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out to hit a peak. Bunch of snow in my seat, it ain't the same no more. Life is everything but a beach like a chain. I'm a lean with you later for sure. Gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in as a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Telling me you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the
Oh my gosh.
same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back
Wow.
to the start.
Very nice model. Oh, thank you, thank you. Come on in. My model, well, this particular model was made by Vivid Neon.
When the world felt small and your hands felt warm, take me back to the start. If only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Have truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a line that. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start. Before the
Oh, no, no, I'm a Grim Reaper.
scars. Take me back
Thank you, thank you.
to the start.
Very kind of you.
When the world felt small and your hands felt warm, take me back to the start, if only for a moment.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it is Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, for my birthday a few months ago, my friend, actually it was before my birthday, my friend gifted me Clip Studio Paint.
Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm, take me back to the start, if only for a moment. We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same?
Why my thumbs looking like a deformed Among Us? That's so real, Natasha. That's so real. Oh my god, did you guys see? Hold up. There was a person who made like a art. Hold up, like it was like an artwork. I think it was of Raven. And she was looking at you like this. Like so slay. You know, just like looking looking at you like that. And off to the side like this, I wanna say. And like in the little medallion that she has, right, to hold up her like cloak or whatever. Oh, it sent me. They had they had they had that meme of the Among Us. Where it's like the biggest booty in the world, right? Oh my god, it sent me, and they put this into like the reflection. So I was like, oh my god, you guys are so funny. It was so good. It was so good. I didn't even notice it until they did like a speed paint, and they're like, you guys didn't notice what I put into the painting, did you? I'm like, oh my god, no, what? I think I saw that like a few weeks ago, I want to say. Cleaning up line art is kind of a pain. It's crazy that it's almost the end of the month. It's crazy how fast time flies in a sense. 'Cause I did not at all kind of realize how fast it was changing. Yeah, I think let's see. I think my outview on life in general has just gotten better in a sense where like I feel like absorbing so much content that's more not necessarily motivational. I want to say just more feel good, if that makes sense. I feel like there's a lot of content on YouTube that is more negative than positive at the moment. And that's for like a variety of reasons and things like that, right? But I feel like there's just a huge semblance of just more like rants. It's the same way how I used to see book content, like book talk or book YouTube. And in a sense, I kind of see them in the same category where I feel like there's just an abundance of just negative reviews or complaints about books in general. And this was like back maybe 2 years ago where I kind of just felt that watching a lot of that content just made me be a worse person. So in contrast to that, watching, because like, okay, I understand why there's just like a lot of negative content because what gains the most interactions and click views and attraction of other viewers and stuff like that. But on the other hand, watching content that's more uplifting, it has to have like a right balance and the right care to it as well, right? Because even for me, I don't necessarily enjoy watching a lot of content that is like pushing a camera in someone's face and giving them money in a sense. Not that there's anything wrong exactly with people doing that. It's just that when I see too much of it, it just feels very gross to me in a sense. So watching content that has like the right ratio of kind of uplifting as well as like slightly motivational, I think has been hard for me to find in a sense, but also now that I've done a few creators who make that sort of content, I think has really improved my mood in general. Because I was just sitting here listening to this guy talk about how he, went to Japan at age 30 and decided to go to a language school. And again, like there's a lot of people who do language school, especially in Japan, especially in Tokyo, honestly. There's quite a few people. And it kind of just makes me think about that time that I was studying there, as well as just like currently, right? Where obviously I'm a different person than I was however many years ago, right? And it's kind of made me realize that, yeah, no, I would definitely do things a lot differently. Or in a sense of this too, where I used to work a lot with students who wanted to study abroad. And so I used to be there because like it wasn't like a job or anything, but I used to be there a lot for students who went abroad. And if you guys think that my my sleep schedule's horrible. It's just always been like this. And so I usually will be awake whenever they're having a hard time or they want to talk or they're having difficulty with the language. I don't know, things like that, where they don't know what to do. And it makes me feel happy. Well, it used to back then. It used to make me feel happy listening to their experiences and how they see their outlook now. Where, you know, they're like, oh no, I'm so appreciative that you were very honest in how you felt, or some of the struggles that you went through, because it felt as though even though I was physically alone, there wasn't anyone near me. It felt very nice because it felt as though you were there with me struggling. Like we were both trying to make it up the mountain, basically, right? And so I don't necessarily have the same connection as I do anymore to those students, because they're not really students anymore, or necessarily have any connection to any new people who are going through some of the same experiences that I've went through, right? And so hearing someone who was obviously like 100% my senior, right, and hearing his experience learning Japanese, it's kind of made me happy a lot. Because like for me, when I came out of my program, I was very much not appreciative. I was very frustrated with like the Japanese school system, especially when it comes to, you know, our situations are different in a sense of I went when I was very young, and a lot of other factors affected my time in Japan. But also, I wasn't necessarily studying at a language school. I was studying at a university, and luckily I had full funding through multiple scholarships and things like that. But what came with that was the added stress of performance, especially in the Japanese classes, where, like, you know, I took my classes in English, but it was still a Japanese university, so the Japanese mindset in a sense, where I don't necessarily see myself ever attending my post-grad in Japan. I know a lot of people study in Japan for graduate school, but I don't think I would ever want that. By the little experience that I had as an undergrad, it wasn't a good time. I think I got very used to the amount of support and the general vibe of the American school system. Or even just like the Western mindset when it comes to school, if that makes sense. Like there's like so many support systems, there's so many like interactive parts of classes, as well as like professors. Especially for me, I was spoiled. I was very spoiled with the professors that I had previously before I had went to Japan. They were very like in depth, and they were very like it felt as though they were dedicated to you as a student as much as you were dedicated to them as class. If that makes sense. So having that be the complete opposite was very tough. And for me, listening to his experience of learning Japanese and how much he progressed, I was very impressed, honestly. I was like, I think you absorbed way much more than I did. Like for example, he didn't necessarily talk at the end of the end of the video in Japanese or anything like that, but I think hearing what he learned felt like it was way more than I did, if that makes sense. Like for example, my school didn't even bother teaching us kanji. Didn't bother at all. Not even like a sliver. Not even one. I didn't learn a single kanji at my university. And then it was like he was talking about the tenses and things like that, like, you know, the formal tense, or, you know, using casual. I was like, yeah, we'd use casual tense, but that was like way at the end. And my classes were interesting in a sense. Like to put in perspective, I wanted him to talk more about it, but I think this is like the general consensus when it comes to Japanese language schools, is that you have a quiz every single day that you go into class. At least that's how mine was. So like we would cover a new vocabulary lesson, and then they would quiz us on all of the words that we should have learned, as well as like the sentence structure. So you're basically self-studying before you ever even went to class. And then they would just cover what you should have learned at home. Or like it was very frustrating because they'd be like, okay, we're gonna learn lesson 1 grammar. So it's like how to say beautiful, how to say handsome, how to say big, small, good, bad. And then we would do the sentence structure from like lesson 20. So it was so weird. I really didn't understand why we even did it like that. I definitely remember that. You know, I still passed at the end of the day, or I think honestly, I think my teachers just took a lot of pity on me. If I'm being honest with you, because I had a lot of like like not necessarily geniuses, but I was the only American in my class, let alone Western, like a Western person. So it was very hard for me. A quiz? That's literally just Duolingo. Is it weird? No, it was like 20 words. 20 to 25 vocabulary words that you would have to spell out, or like because you know it's like sometimes it's multiple choice, sometimes it's like connect the word, or it's like you have to write it out or like use it in a sentence. And that was like the quiz every time we went to class. So I'm trying to remember because it's been years since I had studied Japanese. I'm trying to think, because we went to class from, I want to say 9 a.m. I think it was 9 a.m. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I think. I don't think I have any of my old work, if I'm being honest with you, or like my lessons, or like schedule, I want to say. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot, because like even for me, I didn't take a foreign language in university because, well, we didn't have that many foreign language to choose from, and it also wasn't required for my degree. So I didn't take a foreign language when I was in my freshman year of university. Even my friend who, you know, he dated one of our mutual friends, and she's she's Japanese, right? Even oh my god, even then he would have really hard time too, because for me it was kind of hard to speak Japanese to my friends who, because you know, I made friends at my home university, and then I went to their university my second year. So it was kind of hard to speak Japanese to them because we've always just talked in English, and it would be very, very frustrating to like try to have a conversation, but then they really just want to talk in English. So I'm like, okay. And making Japanese friends, I think, is a bit difficult when it comes to just how you do it, because there's the barrier of like, okay, you're only going to be here for like 6 months to a year. Do I really want to be friends with you? The second part of it is if you don't participate in any of the clubs, or like they have like actual clubs and they have like kind of like more casual clubs, because if you're going to be a club member, it's like a huge dedication. So if you're just going to be like a minor person, then it's also based off of availability, also, you know, what you're interested in. Then there's like a third layer of like alcohol, because you know they have like a huge drinking culture. So if you don't drink alcohol, you're kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie to you, which is like what I fell in. But besides the point too, I just don't really enjoy huge groups of people. So a lot of the mixers, or a lot of like, not even mixers, it's like a lot of the group hangout sessions for you to interact with like more Japanese students, there was like 30 or 40 people there. So I was like, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out. So like I didn't make any new Japanese friends when I was studying abroad, but I was also having issues with my current set of friends, at least my current, like, you know, Japanese friends, which is like where I learned a lot of like cultural altercations or cultural issues, if that makes sense. Where for me, in a sense, like it's kind of like an open discussion too. Like, for example, even my friends from Japan, right, they had altercations or like disagreements with one of the other friends that we had, and I was closest to him. And what was really weird about it was they, to some degree, didn't like him or thought he was difficult to be around. So when we started having issues, they were like, oh yeah, we just don't really understand him like that. So I don't think it's necessarily a Japanese thing. I think it's just him. So it was a weird time. And I think me being like 19 at the time, right, caused for a lot of, I guess, tension and like frustration, if that makes sense. Because to put like even more pressure, my friends were like in their, what do you call it, junior year of university, so that's like a big job hunting year. So it was a whole layer of like stuff that I was dealing with on that side. And then like obviously your life at home just doesn't stop either. So it was a lot of like stuff I was dealing with in my home life abroad. So all case in point, I think my time in Japan, oh yeah, also at the end too, you know, COVID happened. So I was kicked out of Japan, or I would have been stuck there for like 3 years, which oh my god, I don't know how that would have went. I really don't know how that would have went. But I'm glad I ended up getting out of it in time before the borders closed, because I think like the borders closed maybe a week before a week after I left. So I was like almost on the cusp of that. But yeah, I don't know. It was I think it was a really fun time of my life, and I really made a lot of wonderful friends across the world, because even though I didn't make any friends who were necessarily Japanese, I met a lot of people who I just really enjoy hanging out with, and I still talk to this day. Like, you know, I still reach out to them, still hang out with them, or support them in whatever they do. My friends from Australia, my friends from Germany, even my friends who are still currently in Japan, who are like also American or like, you know, from Canada. But I think I would do it again in a different way, if that makes sense. Yeah, because like now that I'm like obviously older, and I've had my experience living abroad in Korea as well, has kind of made me understand who I am as a person better. But even now, I feel like my relationships with other people, especially being in like the world of streaming, has kind of changed me as a person, if that makes sense. Like, even for me, like I mentioned this the other day, but I ended up just not logging back into um Instagram. So I had like a personal Instagram, right? And I basically abandoned that account. I basically abandoned that account. And yeah, no, I logged back on because I wanted to reconnect with a few people just because I realized it's been so long. And I was like, okay, I'm probably missing people's lives. I should probably log back on. And so I did. And I kind of realized too that I was like, man, I think I kind of understand why I stopped being on Instagram in a sense. Um, and I thought I honestly personally think that a lot of it was because of comparisons or like the pressure to do something grand or whatever. Like there's no one pressuring you to do anything, but like, you know, it's kind of like not a paradox, but like if all of your friends are moving on in their careers or doing something like moving abroad or I don't know, like doing something crazy, you kind of just take a step back and like, oh, maybe I should be doing something else. When in reality, it's not necessarily black and white like that. Like I met a few people who, you know, they advance in their careers, but they're not happy. Yeah, they're making the good money, hell yeah, but they are constantly on like trying to find a better job. Like even though it looks like everything's well, sometimes it's really not. Or like what do you call it? Like for example, when it comes down to even friends who move abroad after being abroad for so long, they're like, I don't know what I want to do if I want to continue living in this country because of like political reasons or if I want to move back because there's no future for me. Like I'm just going to be working the same job for years. Is that something I want? And it's not as though I get a retirement fund or anything. But then you get like some other people who are like, you know, I found the love of my life in this country or like wherever they're at and they're like, should I move to the East Coast? Should I move to the West Coast? Should I move to a different country? Should I what should I be doing? What, you know, where should I plan out my life? So I feel a lot for a lot of my friends who are the same age as well as like the various like being older and being younger, right? 'Cause they even had friends who were going to university and dropped out because they realized that, you know, unfortunately, nowadays, having a university degree doesn't guarantee you a job. It doesn't guarantee you a job even in your respective field. Like, I'm pretty sure the only people who are doing okay straight out of college are people in computer science, in healthcare, and in engineering. I think everyone else is just floundering around. Like, I've met so many people who studied the same thing that I did and ended up pivoting to a whole new industry. So I'm like, oh my God. So, you know, with the unstable kind of university slash college route, there's been a lot of not a lot of, but there's been a few of the people who I've known who just ended up dropping out of university because, you know, if, you know, this person who has a very robust, you know, what do you call it, resume isn't able to land a job, what chance do I have? So then they, you know, try to find like something to keep them afloat and then try to find something else to do. So I'm like, damn. So it's kind of like that whenever I had like logged back on and I saw what people were doing or, you know, reached out to a few people to say hello and heard them talk or whatever or try to look update on their life. Like I had one friend who wanted to be a pilot and we had studied in Korea together and I, you know, kept up with her and she ended up just wanting to take a step back, because originally she wanted to teach in Korea. Because she really, like, she loved Korea, dude. Absolutely loved Korea. And eventually she, you know, realized that, uh, well, I don't know. I don't think she went, actually. Now that I think about it, I don't think she went to her assigned place. Because, you know, I think she kind of, like, she was there in the countryside for like maybe a month, and then she realized that she didn't like it, is what I assumed that happened. Because very quickly she ended up just going with her plan B option of becoming a flight attendant. And she works for a really great airline. You know, she's traveling around and doing things like that. But, you know, I think there's always the sense of like, how long am I going to be doing this job, and what is the future of this job? Or my friends who were people who study computer science, and they just job hunt all the time, hopping from one job to another, in a sense of, not in like a negative sense, but just in a sense of like, you know, oh, this job's going to pay me more, so I'm going to go there. Oh, this job's going to pay me more, so I'm going to go there. Or, you know, how can I have like a work-life balance? Things like that. So I think to some degree, everyone is struggling with their own issues when it comes to, I guess, general life stuff. Even after, you know, the time that you spent with them, which I guess should be obvious, but I don't think a lot of people realize that. Because unfortunately, you know, regardless if you're friends or not, I think you end up putting people on pedestals. Like, what do you call it? Even me, right? Where when I was doing really well in my career or school and things like that, people were really surprised when I'm like, oh yeah, I had a hard time. I'm like, oh yeah, I was struggling, bro. They're like, oh well, I never knew. I'm like, yeah, because I don't really talk about it, because that's my business. If I'm being honest, that's really, that's pretty much just it. Like, I'm not going to really talk too detail of the things that I go through, because it's personal, and I don't think that everyone needs to know exactly what's going on. Like a simple I'm not doing well, or like, hey, I'm gonna be a bit more down whenever we hang out, I think it's perfectly acceptable. Same way where when I was probably the busiest of my life, and I was talking to my friends who had graduated, or my friends who were thinking of dropping out of school, or, you know, just things that you kind of don't want to bring up. You know, at the end of the day, I treated them the same way. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you're less than a person because you're working this job. Or you're a janitor now? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Oh, you're unemployed now? I ain't going to talk to you anymore. Because unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of people, I think they, unfortunately, unintentionally maybe, I want to say, and maybe unintentionally, see people as their job, if that makes sense, or what they're doing. Like, oh, you know, oh, you're a student? Ew. Oh, you're going back to undergrad again to get a different degree? Ugh. Or I'm like, oh, why y'all judge it so hard? Because the way that I've always seen it, right, is like, it's none of my business. As long as we get to hang out, as long as we get to spend time together, I don't care what people do for a living. You know? It's the, like, I just didn't really think of it as like a big deal until, like, I guess recently, where I came back and people were like, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, or you're not living abroad. I'm like, no. Bro, it's expensive. Also, have you seen the world politics right now? Do you really think it's a good idea to be living abroad in a foreign country right now? I'm not too sure, bro. I'm not really too sure. You know, I'm very more careful with what I want to do because I almost got stuck in another country for like a few years. You know, I don't want to be too rash with my decision making anymore. So it's kind of like that, where I kind of have slowed down in my life in a sense to see how people treat other people and how people treat me, if that makes sense. Where, you know, I've been very clear with how I've always been very quiet about the fact that I do streaming, and I'm very glad that I have. I'm very glad that I have, because I think it really showcases a person, their change of treatment of you. Like when I was traveling a lot and I was doing a lot of conferences, I was, you know, going all over the place basically. And it was very hard to do that. It was very difficult to get those opportunities and to, you know, act on them, or, you know, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. Like there was times where I missed holidays with family, where I was just constantly working. And, you know, I am very appreciative of all the opportunities that I've had and all the people that I've met in my life and things that look really good on my resume. But it's kind of sad to see that so many of the people who I've known for years, or people who I've talked to, and thought were genuine friends, ended up treating me so differently. Just because, like, for example, I didn't come back and say, yo, I own a whole business, you know? Oh yeah, like I'm living my life in Tokyo, things like that. Where, yeah, it's really sad in a sense, but it's also very good for me in a sense. Because I'm glad that I know now that these people don't necessarily see me as a friend. Because I think when you're in such a, like, oh, I have to be doing this, oh, I need to level up in my career, I need to get a raise, or how can I move to this different position, which again, ambition is good, ambition is great. Putting in the hard work and seeking opportunities is something I think everyone should do. But when you're in that mindset for so long and you finally slow down, or unfortunately have some sort of a slip up or something, and you reach out for other people for help, and that's the response you get, I can't imagine how absolutely crushed I would be. Like, oh my god. And it's really unfortunate at that point, right? So I'm glad that I had reached out when I did, because it really showcases a person, I think. And I'm glad that I just didn't, I'm glad that I'm able to see now, if that makes sense. There we go. Also, thank you for the care package. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I think I've just been in so many positions in my life where I've kind of just taken a step back and being like, interesting. Interesting you would say that. Like when I made friends with a lot of people who were like older than me, like people who were like in their 60s and 70s, right? Or just like, I guess people are very, what do you call it? Flippant with their words, if that makes sense. Where for me, I'm like, that's interesting. That's a really interesting thing to say.
The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know,
Like I remember how many people judge me for like having older friends. Where I'm like, dude, who cares? Or like for example, for me, do not tell my old employers, but back in the day, I used to let people in for free in the lunchroom because they couldn't afford to eat at the dining hall. So I'd be like, ooh, just oh no, no, stop, no, you can't come in here, no. The phone's too far for me to call security. I'm like, we're gonna end up throwing out the food anyways. Just go ahead and get a plate, dude. The amount of food waste that we go through, bro, dog, just go ahead and get a plate. Because, I think it's really easy for people to forget that people were people. Or like people treated me differently for choosing a job over a different job, where I'm like, dog, I don't know. I'm like, bro, like I used to work at I used to work at job A. I ended up getting a different job at job B. And so when I decided to partner with job B, job A was upset despite me not working there for over a year. So then job A started treating me differently, and because I used to still go there. Oh my god, and my old boss would just talk shit about me, dude. God, I was like, dude, you're like, how old are you, bro? How old are you? Like, did you really think that people wouldn't tell me? It's like, damn, dude, just because I decided to go into a different industry, just because I decided to like take the opportunities that were like in my face, it's like, damn, haters, bro. I don't know. It's a lot of those things that I'm like, yeah, I don't know. People are crazy, man. People are crazy. So yeah, I just been like thinking about those things, and I'm very glad of every opportunity that I have and experiences that I've had, but it really puts it into perspective, that honestly, sometimes people are just awful. Sometimes people are just awful. And it's, it's okay. Like, you can continue doing what you want to do. Because even for me, like, I continue to do the things that I enjoy doing, and, try to go after different opportunities or apply for different things. If it works out, if it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm just going to keep living regardless of what other people have to say. And I think finding that peace really just helps me improve and be more willing to apply or try different things. Or like even for me, like I guess the feeling of being judged has always just been there, because even when I was choosing a university, oh my god, I got so much shit for the university that I chose, dude. Like, my mentors were so disappointed in the university that I chose that they were like, they were not willing to write me letters or recommendations for things anymore. I understand being disappointed, but like, I was 17. I was 17 back then. Or even friendships, where I had a few friends who were very upset over the choices that I have made, because, like, for example, I'll be honest with you guys about this one. I wanted to go to a very particular university, and I had always talked about wanting to go to that university. I always mentioned it, I always brought it up. And I really tried hard to be accepted and to financially afford it. So applying to different scholarships, talking to different people, building relationships, reviewing all these different like programs or like career paths and things like that. If I wanted to like pivot and go to a different industry or like have a different major, what I was going to be doing. Like I fully planned out all this shit, right? Connected to alumni, connected to like any resources on campus. And when it came down to choosing a university, they didn't accept my application for housing. And so I had to make a really hard decision of like, okay, well, if I don't get into housing, how much is an apartment going to be costing? How much is, that's so much more. I'm barely covering the tuition. I'm barely covering like all the added fees. How much more is that going to be? And it's very scary, and it's like, okay, well then how much debt am I going to be in to go to school? And another university had offered me a full ride. They're not as prestigious, they're not, as locked in as the other school, if I'm being honest with you. But I made the decision to go to the one that wouldn't end me up in debt. And it caused a huge, my parents were always supportive. They've supported everything that I've ever done in my life. So as my family and things like that. But all the people who helped me gain all of those skills to get into the other college or get into the other university and to do all those programs and apply to, Ivy Leagues and things like that, were very upset with me. Like, oh, at least we could have had one student. We could have had one student do this and do that. And I'm like, I have spent better half of my life being in the, category of like, oh, you're such a good student. Oh, you're so gifted. But in reality, I'm pretty average compared to, bigger cities and things like that. Do I really want to live my life, my school life? Because I hated high school. Do I want to live my university life continuously trying to please people who I don't care about? Is that something I really want to do? And also get into debt over that? These colleges or these universities who are Ivy Leagues aren't going to give me a full ride for free. Do I want to start off my career being in debt already? And that is even if I make it through being in part of that school. Because I may be, the Lulu is the Salulu, but there's a point of reality where I would need a lot of help to keep up, right? So I was like, yeah, no, I'm sorry, but I'm choosing the other school. And so a lot of my fucking teachers, or I guess not really teachers, I don't, to some point teachers, I guess, and to some degree a lot of my mentors took it out on me in a sense of just being very upset with me. Like, oh, you could have done this, you should have done this, or, other people got into this school, how come you didn't, or things like that. And I just told them the truth. I was like, I'm not getting into debt over you meeting your quota of students. I was like, I'm very stubborn. I'm very reckless in a sense like that. I'm like, no, don't talk shit to me, dude. Like, the choice that I make is the choice that I make. And you find someone else. So that, basically that was my first experience of like realizing that people only want to have you around based off of what you can do for them. And it was very unfortunate, dude. It was heartbreaking. And that includes like my peers. I got a lot of judgment from it too. Like, I had one friend who stopped talking to me for a year because she was so upset. So I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, oh, like, you said that you were gonna go to this school. I got into this school. I'm paying for the tuition. I'm like, girly pop. we are in two different tax brackets. we are two different positions. Also, like it's hard to explain to people who, you know, have a more wealthy background of just reality, where I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna get myself into debt, and I'm not gonna put my parents in debt going to this particular university despite how much I wanted to go to this university. Because when I think about it, all I wanted to do was to study business and to study abroad. And I honestly can do that at a lot of different universities. That, you know, those were my requirements. My bare minimum requirements was that. Not getting on debt sounds like the obvious choice. What were they on? Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing. These people are just so concerned with status. Where this is what I'm getting at too, where I just don't understand it either. Like so many, like when I studied abroad in Korea, and this is the thing about Korea, is that there's a lot of pressure for you to have designer goods. There's a huge amount of pressure for you to, you know, have like Prada, Chanel, Coach, or whatever. Insert here street brands or whatever. People will literally get credit cards and rack up credit card debt in order to afford those things. And I've seen this firsthand. And for me, I was like, I don't care. I was like, it's a bag. Oh, it's imported from Italy. This is out of my tax bracket, dude. I'm not buying that. I don't care. And it's easy for me to say that because at the end of the day, I'm not a part of this country. I'm not subjected to the same pressure and societal stuff as like someone who has lived their whole life there, right? But this would also affect the way of thinking of foreigners too, where they're like, oh, I need to buy more expensive things in order to fit in. I'm like, what are you guys on? I was like, what are you guys on? No, you don't. Like there was this one time where they wouldn't let us into, you know, a club because I used to go clubbing in Korea. I don't drink alcohol for like reference, so I was just kind of hanging out. I'll like buy alcoholic drinks and I'll give them to someone else, just because they're like, oh, if you want to stay here, you have to buy alcohol, and I'm like, okay, here, take it. I don't care. I'm not drinking it. And so we got denied by this one particular bar. And so, or like nightclub or whatever. So I was like, oh, okay. Cause they wanted like a driver's license or something. And I was like, why do you want a US driver's license? Oh, we're not taking passports or whatever. And I'm like, so you're asking for ID, but you're not going to take a passport? Which I'm sorry, we're in Seoul. A hotspot for tourism. You're also not taking our residency card either. Interesting. Why is it only a US driver license? This person's from Canada. What the fuck is happening? And so we're like, you know, I guess it was because of the way they were dressed or something, or like how we looked in general. So it's like, oh, we can just go. Like we can just leave. Like we don't need to be here. And so, so we stepped out of a line, and then we're walking to this other group of foreigners because like we just want to let them like, oh yeah, you know, they're only accepting driver's license. And we're like, oh, okay, well then pretty much the whole crowd left. And then they're like, oh no, we'll let you in now. We'll let you in now. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Get the fuck out of my face. We went into their club, right? And it was bad. It was so fucking small. And like the music, this is the thing about Korean like nightclubs too. The music's ass. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, the music's ass. Like not even like I would understand, oh, you're playing like pop hits. What's on the hot billboard or whatever. That, you know, acceptable because everyone's listening to it right now, but you're playing songs that like I don't like why are they like I would understand if they were Korean songs, like K-pop or like Korean R&B or something, right? No, they were English songs that were like so random. Where I'm like, it's not even a good indie song, dude. I was like, what? It was just bad music. It was like imagine like copyright free music, but made by like it was like someone had made music from copyright free music stations, like for example, like using YouTube Studio, and then they had their friend rap over it, or they had like their random person like, you know, oh, we're trying to make a mixtape or something. It was just bad. I was like, what is this? What? Okay. So we ended up leaving anyways. Korea consumerism is the final boss of consumerism. Yeah, no, exactly. It's very much like that. So that's what I kind of realized being on like Instagram and things like that, where yes, it's a good way for me to connect to all my friends because we exchange like Instagrams, and it's a lot easier to talk to people on Instagram than it is to, you know, share phone numbers or download another app or things like that. Because back then Discord wasn't really popping like that, you know. Plus, none of my friends are gamers, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, I guess Instagram was more like a communication platform. And for me, I kind of just felt that like it felt as though my connections with people were not deep anymore. Where the people who I met abroad, I would consider better friends than people who I had known my entire life. Oh my god, Clove! Oh my god, Clove, you were streaming? What were you streaming? Oh my god! Clove! Hi, Clove! How are you? Oh, here, let me give you your shout out. Tarot? How did Tarot go? Did you read Everyone to Filth? We're having late night yap session. Here, let's go do a shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Reaper's Reprieve. You can call me Reaper. Percy. Oh my god, Percy is crazy. I haven't used that in forever. Reaper, Reaps, or Nutty Dog. I do art here, and yeah, I pretty much just do art. Yeah. Here, I'm like trying to think. I'm like shocked that I called myself Percy. It's been forever. I haven't called myself Percy since I first started. There you go. Yeah, also very gentle readings tonight too. Ooh, okay, that's good. That's good. W. We love to hear that. We love to hear that. Yeah, Raiders, if you need to ready to run, feel free. No worries. It is pretty late in the night or early in the day. I don't know where you're at. If not, then go ahead and come and chill here. We're just talking about I guess perceptions, people being perceived. We're talking about Instagram. So a fun fact about me, I do have a personal Instagram. There's really nothing interesting on it. I'm gonna be so real with you. But I had recently logged back into it after like being gone for like 2 years, and I'm talking about like how crazy it is to realize yet again that people don't necessarily, like, how do I explain this? I was having a good like motion, but basically I haven't been on Instagram for like around 2 years because I kind of felt that like it was a huge part of just like comparing yourself to others or feeling like you're trapped in the rat race is basically what I'm getting at. So like I felt as though that I kept needing to do new things or more things. Not even necessarily to post on Instagram, but just in general. So with that, and also the combination of feeling as though some of my friends weren't really like there was, yes, we knew each other, but we weren't actually friends, if that makes sense. Like you're not necessarily there for all the things in their life or really talking to them anymore. And that imbalance of like, okay, well, you know, I've reached out however many times to talk with you, but you don't necessarily want to talk to me unless I make an Instagram post talking about I got certified in like, I don't know, marketing, or like I got certified in Zumba. You know, like we should have a better relationship than just being mutuals on LinkedIn. Yeah, so we're basically just talking about that because I ended up logging on after 2 years, and yeah, I do feel bad that I missed a couple of celebrations and things like that, but it kind of reminded me of the reason why I left, and not in the bad sense and not in like a sad sense. It's just in general, right? So I'm like, oh yeah, I remember. So relating that back to like experiences that I had living abroad, like for example, you know, Korea, I think a lot of foreigners feel the need to assimilate, if that makes sense, in any way, shape, or form. I'm like, guys, it's okay, you're always gonna be a foreigner, just vibe with it, you know. My heart goes out to people who have lived all their life in Korea, like was raised in Korea, and the struggles that they have to go through. And guys, we're just here. We're here for a year. We're here to chill out, hang out. It's not anything like too crazy. Certified Zumba dancer, exactly. But yeah, you know, we're just here to hang out, and I don't think you need to change who you are as a person to fit in. And that includes getting yourself into credit card debt in order to buy luxury items. Like, it's different if someone who really wants a bag and they love a designer or something, and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna eat like cup noodle ramen for 3 months in order for me to pay for this bag. I understand that. Or people who are like, I really love this designer, I followed this designer since like I first saw them or whatever, or saw their work. Like, they have like some semblance of just loving this person's work and they want to like appreciate that work. So like, yeah, I want this person to design my wedding dress. I'm like, you know what? Slay. You pay for that. But if it's just to fit in, then it's like, I don't know about that. Because I think if you're like, say, living in Korea and, you know, everyone else has like designer goods, and, you know, you as a Korean person will probably not be treated well if you don't have it, then you're considered poor. I think that's a different conversation than like, say, a foreigner. You know, like, oh, I'm just here for a year to hang out and to live here. I would like to think that more fellow foreigners or whatever would not want to get themselves into debt over something at the end of the day doesn't matter, because they will never see you as like Korean, if that makes sense. Like, you're always going to be a foreigner, and that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Like, I've had this conversation too, and it came to like my friends in Japan too, where like there was such an influx of people who were also like from Western countries who were very upset over the fact that, you know, they felt they needed to dress a certain way while being in Japan. I'm like, oh, well, what do you mean by that? Like, oh, you want to like dress nicer or something because like you're in the city? They're like, no, like I feel like I should wear like the Japanese style of clothing. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that look like? Oh, well, like, you know, like the like more, I guess, like more ruffly clothing and things like that. Not even in a sense of like business clothes. It was more like kind of whatever was popular at the moment and what other, you know, Japanese people were wearing at the time. As well as like trying to fit into the clothing sizes. So I can understand being sad about not fitting into a particular clothing or not finding your fashion sense in a place, because it's still, you know, it's like, oh damn, that sucks. But the way that some of these people were taking it was as though it was literally the worst thing to happen to them, and I didn't know how to comfort them at all. I was like, oh, that sucks. Like, for example, one of my friends, I think she was like 5'11", 5'10", and she was very upset over the fact that like she was so gigantic, in a sense, quote unquote gigantic. And I'm like, you can't control your height, baby girl. You can't control the way that you carry weight, bro. It's okay. You don't need to fit into the Japanese sizes. you know? It's like, yeah, it sucks because like, you know, you don't fit into clothing, and I think you have every right to feel upset, but like, girly pop, you're okay. The priorities are very interesting. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I don't know. Because I felt more for the people who were like unable to fit into the clothing when they wanted to buy from a particular Japanese brand. So like they wanted to be like they wanted to do the Lolita fashion, right? And they couldn't fit into like the clothing sizes, regardless of like how they were built, basically. That I could really like, oh damn dude, like you're in the perfect place to buy this stuff, man. Damn, that really sucks. So yeah, it was really interesting to see that in a sense. Yeah, just my general thought process, because I think living abroad in any sense, like however much time you are, or like where you're at, you're gonna be experiencing different things. And especially if you live with like other international students or like people from other countries. Because again, everyone's like, there's so many, like, I don't think people understand so many factors affect how you're gonna have like your experience in like studying abroad, or like living abroad, or working abroad, etc, etc, etc. Like, yeah, it does matter what country you come from. Yeah, it does matter your level of proficiency in the language. Yeah, it does affect it if you have friends already in those countries, or if you have no one. You know, like for me, I had friends in both countries. I had friends in Korea and I had friends in Japan before I ever landed. And for me, you know, I wasn't as hungry to make friends, if that makes sense, until like later when they ended up having to leave Korea, or like having to leave Japan. I wasn't as hungry, and I think that affected my experience. Like, yeah, you know, I had friends to pick me up from the airport, which is 100% great, 100% like thankful for. But it's also like when I stopped hanging out with those friends, I kind of was just alone. So, you know, people who came there alone, yeah, they had a harder time being there in the beginning, but eventually they kind of found their own groove and was able to find their own people. Or, you know, the other people who ended up doing the same thing but ended up losing their friend group. So it's so many factors that can like affect your time there. Even again, as simple as what country you come from. Because unfortunately, I'm a burst a lot of bubbles, but if you're American and you live in an international dorm, good luck. Good luck, bro. Yeah, good luck. Like if you're like, for example, when I lived in Korea, I lived in like a massive dorm, a shit ton of international students. But when I lived in Japan, there wasn't as many international students, let alone Americans. And unfortunately, when I had lived in my Japanese dorm, I lived with a large proportion of European people who hated America. So yeah, I was like, no, I understand the what do you call it, I understand where the angry American stereotype comes from. Because, you know, when you go abroad, you don't want to be a bad stereotype of like the country that you come from, or like the background that you have. But it gets to a point where I'm like, yeah, no, I understand now. I understand. Like there was so many like arguments that I've had with people of like, just, you know, I'm like, I don't even care about American politics, dude. Like I just want to be able to cook my food and leave me the fuck alone. Like, oh my god. And I'm not the type of person to either like stay quiet about altercations either. Like if you have a problem with me, then you have a fucking problem with me. Let's talk it out. If you can't talk it out, then I don't give a shit. Like if you're not going to be an adult about this, then, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and take your shit. Like I used to like it got so bad to the point where I ended up buying new kitchen utensils because like they thought that I was like dirty or whatever, and I'm like, okay. So for me, I don't talk about my race at all. Like it's something that I don't really mention. But all I'm gonna say is I'm not white. So I'm like, choice words. Well, I didn't mean it in like a racist way. I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff like that, which unfortunately made my experience a bit worse, but also, in a sense, made me more proud of who I am as a person. Where I'm like, yeah, no, it's like, it doesn't, if you want to talk about American politics, talk to someone else. Like, I'm telling you this now, that's it. And then, you know, it was unfortunately more altercations where I was like, I already warned you once. What more do you want? So yeah, it was a lot of that. And what made it even funnier was that like the person who managed the dorm liked me. So I got away with a lot. I got away with a lot. Wait, what? Oh my god, what part did I tell? Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Like I have so many stories of my time in Japan where we were, so basically what got this whole conversation going was this guy talking about his experience living in Japan at the age of 30. And because he went to study at a Japanese language school. So he went to study there for like 6 months, and he was talking about his experiences, and I was like, oh, I understand that. I understand that too. The politics bit, yeah. So basically, this is like, I felt so bad for my old self because I was so excited. So like basically, I have always been interested in anything international, anything worldwide, and learning about different countries, regardless if they're like, you know, I just like learning about countries, you know, and I try to have respect for a lot of the different cultures and perspectives, because at the end of the day, wherever I go, I'm a tourist. That's just how I see it. You know, that's just the way that I see things. And I can't necessarily have the same experience or understand the complicated mindset of a country's people. I can say my opinion, but at the end of the day, who gives a shit about my opinion? You know, I think there's like times when opinions do matter and opinions do make sense, but there's sometimes where I'm like, it's not needed, bro. It's really not needed. But besides the point, yeah, when it came to me, I was so excited to kind of interact with people from Europe because I've never really done that before. So my background, to give a little perspective on like who I am, I come from a very, very small town. You know, like I grew up as a country bumpkin, basically. And that's kind of like what my background is in general. So for me, being able to travel the world or to even talk to just tourists and stuff like that was a lot of fun for me, you know. And so when I ended up living in an international dorm, I was like, oh my god, things are gonna go so great. I'm gonna like make so many friends from different countries. I'm gonna have a fun time. I can even make new Japanese friends because I'm like studying in Japan and I'm learning the language, you know, just the bright eyes, hope in the eye. And when I got to there, all I gotta say, I walked out of that experience being skeptical of meeting some people from like Europe, basically, where like I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, these people from this country are assholes, and more of a sense of like I understand now that people hate Americans, and a lot of what was discussed pissed me the fuck off. A lot of what was said to me and who I was pissed me the fuck off. You know, it's a lot of people who come to you and tell you what you should be doing as an American citizen, where I'm like, hold up, pause. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm gonna be like, I had to be so direct with them. I was like, I'm sorry. What do you expect me to do? I'm here on scholarship. I am not in the tax bracket to make any difference, bro. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Out of everyone in this entire dorm, had to have a portion of my rent to this university be waived for me to attend this school. So you're not talking to someone who has a lot of power or influence. And you're talking to someone who absolutely loves where they came from, absolutely loves their parents. So you talking to me right now is pissing me the fuck off. And where I come from, you know, it's not gonna be anything civil. It's not gonna be anything fucking civil. So it was a lot of that where I'm like, if you're concerned about anything happening in the world, I'm not the person you're gonna be talking to. Talk to someone who has influence, who has resources, who has, or even just wants to be able to talk with you. That's my thing. I was like, you know, I've made it very clear my stance on not wanting to talk about this at all. I've always been the type of person to just be, I don't want to deal with politics. I don't, get out of my face. You know, whatever I think, whatever religion I follow, whatever ethnicity I am is my own thing. I don't parade it. Whatever religion I follow, I've never been the person to be like, oh yeah, I do this, or oh yeah, I do that. I'm like, because for me as a person, that's my shit. I don't need to tell everyone or to showcase everything of who I am as a person on my sleeve. Because I value privacy like that. I'm not gonna showcase all of myself just because you asked me to. Nor when I hear something very racist, am I just going to be like, oh, you know, well, they don't know any better. Europe is a very diverse place. It's not your first time seeing someone who's not white. So, get on that, dude. Get on that. Or at very least, apologize. It's as simple as that. Oh, well, I was raised this way. Oh, well, I've been a part of this. Oh, well, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not an admissions officer. I don't care about your resume. I am a human being right in front of you. Yeah, I have a very, like, a very prickly personality type, if that makes sense, when it comes to stuff like that. Where I'm like, in one sentence, you made me dislike you as a person. Do not appear in front, like, do not talk to me in general. Because that's where I sit from it, where I was like, hey, you guys are being really fucking racist in my eyes. And I don't really want to talk to you if I'm being honest. So I would appreciate it if I'm making food in the kitchen area that you just won't talk to me. Because this is the thing, once you make a boundary too, they so much want to cross it, where they, like, for example, I would have full-on arguments with these people, and, you know, like, these people from other countries, right? And the next day I'll be making, like, food for lunch, because I was like, I don't want to have to, like, buy food or go out to eat for lunch because everywhere's full or whatever. I don't want to do all that, so I'm just gonna make food at home. And they would just constantly talk to me where I'm like, oh, I have to have patience, I don't want to be the angry American. I don't have to yell at these assholes. So there was a lot of me trying to hold back, but also, like, kind of tell them to fuck off. Where it just got to the point where I'm like, yeah, I'll be the angry American. Step outside. I was like, dude, I don't give a fuck anymore. Stop talking to me. And I would sit there and I would try to explain to these things with them, where I'm like, when someone tells you that they don't want to talk about American politics, you should probably listen. Because I would literally just be sitting there eating my food, and then they'll be like, oh my god, America did this, what do you think about it? And then I'm like, damn bitch, is this a fucking interview? I just woke up. Also, what? I don't fucking care, leave me alone. So I always had that issue when it came to, like, friends who were from, like, the UK or Italy or, you know, other countries like that, where it would always be a question of like, what do you think about this? Or why do Americans do this? And I'm like, oh my god, you're like so amazing. You're like so well informed of the world. Oh my god, like I don't know either. Americans are just so stupid. I was like, dude, shut the fuck up and let me eat my fucking food. Dude, fuck off. Yeah, and then even at the end when I ended up moving out of the door and people kept giving me gifts, I'm like, oh well, I know we had our differences and you know, like, I really appreciate you and I think you're great. And I'm like, get the fuck out of my face, bitch. I was like, what is this? What is all this? Like, go away. I was like, you guys literally made me buy my own utensil. Well, no, actually, I shouldn't say that. You guys drove me to the point of having to buy my own utensils in order for you to get off my fucking back because you thought I was dirty. And then berated me every single day because I couldn't change American politics. So, you know, take your apology and shove it up your own ass. I don't care. Clearly, you could apologize to me so much earlier, but now that I'm leaving, you want to feel good about yourself, so that's why you're apologizing. The apology isn't for me; it's for yourself. Yeah. So basically that's why when I ended up like interacting with people, I'm very I sense the bullshit, especially if they're, how do I explain this? I sense the bullshit, especially when like people are so clearly in the wrong. Like I had people try to like, butter me up in order for me to give all my shit away to them. Because I bought a lot of shit while I was in Japan, just to make my life better at, because like, again, if I'm constantly having to have like a horrible conversation while I'm making food, I kind of want to just stay in my room and only in my room. So I had a lot of nice stuff, and I gave it all to the head of the people who were like taking care of us. I was like, you can have all of this. Don't give it to anyone else. Like the people who were genuinely nice to me, like genuinely like kind to me, I gave my nicest stuff away to them. Like back then it was like a shortage of like toilet paper too, so I gave away all mine to like friends like that. And it really showcases. It really showcases a lot. But yeah, I guess that's how I've just always been. I've always been very, I try to be patient. I really try to. I try to understand people from where they're coming from, where I'm like, okay, your country obviously hates America due to what America has done to other countries. I understand that. But you're displacing your anger on someone who had nothing to do with it. Honestly, to some argument also had faced, horrible things done to them due to whatever. And you as a person are unwilling to admit that you were wrong in the way that you talk to this person. So I'm like, yeah. That's why when I talk to a lot of students who ask me about studying abroad, I'm like, okay, you're gonna have to really be confident in who you are as a person. You're gonna have to be very confident, because it does not feel good. It does not feel good when only 2 people out of like a dorm of 50 like you. It does not feel good. Or like I think things were blown out of proportion a lot. Because once you, like, for example, once I told off one person, it spread like wildfire. I'm like, oh my god, Reaper is such a, what do you call it? Is such a angry American. You can't talk to them about anything. Oh my god. They threatened to beat me up. And I'm like, is that because I'm Oh my god. It's a lot of that where I'm like, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting thing to say, but okay. Okay. Very interesting. I don't know. Also, you guys are, to put in perspective, I lived in Japan when I was 19. I wasn't even a legal adult in Japan when I lived there. And the people who I was living with were like 25, 24. So I'm like, you guys are grown adults. I don't know. I had like a lot of quick comebacks. It was great. But really ruined my relationships with a lot of the other people there. I probably could have made friends if I was like more willing to put up with the bullshit of what they were talking to me about, but it just gets to a point of just, I don't know, frustration. At least for me it did. I think one other American lived there, and I think she had a great time on the other side of the wing, because we had like 2 different buildings for our like studying, like our international dorm. And I think she had a better time because she wasn't as combative as I was when it came to certain topics. But I don't regret it. To this day, I still don't regret it. There we go. I'm gonna need to color everything. Maybe, maybe I should just use it. I always debate on using this thing. So I have like a brush that like will fill in the gaps of stuff. But honestly, it causes, like I still need to do work for it. Can I like if you look very closely, there's like a gap. But I guess it's better than nothing. From what you said, they weren't trying to have a conversation. It was more like being assholes. No, exactly. It was so unwarranted too. It was an altercation that really didn't need to happen. Because unfortunately, if I'm being honest with you guys, a lot, how do I say this without offending a lot of people? Hold up. When you study abroad, a huge portion of students who are your fellow students will be rich. And unfortunately, they do not know how to interact with people who are of lower standing. So, once they find out that you are not one of them, in a sense, and this is just purely my experience with people, like, obviously it's not everyone who is like that. Not everyone, like, I have friends who are literally like, they're so fucking rich, I don't understand it, like mind-boggling rich in my eyes, and have always treated me well, but that's really not the case. So when you have an influx of people who are extremely wealthy, or wealthy to some extent, especially at the school that I went to, extremely wealthy, they treat people however way they want, or the people who they see as different in whatever way they want. So that's another experience that I think not everyone has the capacity or really knows how to navigate. Because I would sit there for a long time and wonder, like, why do they talk to me like this? Why do they want to have these conversations with me and not really have a conversation? You know, where it's really just a semblance of that, you know, I'm different from them, and it doesn't necessarily boil down to ethnicity at that point. The same way when I would go to those big schools, and like the fucking students would be like, oh my god, how do you not know this? And I'm like, I'm so close. I'm gonna sit down. I'm like, I don't know. To me, it says a lot when, for example, this is what I'm gonna talk about. Hold up, what I think is what should be talked about. But I had this conversation with my teacher, and he basically created this scenario, and it wasn't even supposed to be an ethical scenario. It was just supposed to be a scenario for us to use our language ability. And he said, basically, he was like, well, you know, and he said this in English so everyone could understand. And he was like, you know, well, English and Japanese, I should say. And he was like, I am stranded at Shibuya Station, and I need, how much was that? I don't remember, like 1,000 yen. No. Is that 1,000 yen? Yeah, 1,000 yen in order for me to get home. Or like a bus fare or something. Or like even train fare. I was like, would you be willing to give me that money? And it was just supposed to be like a conversation exercise or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure, we'll go. But I dead ass pulled it out of my wallet. I was like, yeah, here you go. Because I always carried cash on me. And that's how he thought people would respond. But everyone else didn't even bother to move. Well, you got yourself into that situation, you should be able to get out of it. I don't give away money for free. What are you going to do for me? And I was like, okay, maybe they were like thinking that this was a random man off the street who looked crazy. No, like we basically said, like, what he was saying is like, no, it's dead ass me. Like, it's me, your professor, you know, and I need money or whatever to get home because I lost my wallet or something. And the fucking judgment these students gave him, dude. I was like, guys, it's 8 USD, maybe even 7 USD. It's not what, like, for someone that you know to get home. Like what do you mean? What do you mean? Like I was raised by like my father and my mother, right? And my father has always done this thing, is like, for example, when like my brother would have like sports meets or whatever, or like sports stuff and like competitions and things, my father would always pay for the meals of kids who didn't have money, because he grew up very, very, very poor. So for me, it was a huge like oh, I was like, that's really like, really, you're not gonna help them in this metaphorical sense. I was like, do you think this is like a joke maybe? And they were dead fucking serious. It was crazy. And I'm like, oh my god, it was really hard for me to like understand. I'm like, yeah, I know this is like a simple exercise and like, you know, etc, etc, but really, none of you? I'm sitting in a classroom of like 30 people, and I'm the only person. I am the only person who was going to give him the money. And I was like, don't even bother, like, you don't need to pay it back, that's fine. And don't worry about it, dog. I was like, do you not see him as a human person? Like, do you not see him as a human being? Like, you're more, you are comfortable as a person letting him just like wander. It's not even though he doesn't have much money, he has no money. Like in this scenario, he doesn't have his wallet. You're just gonna let him wander around Tokyo? Oh, well, like he could do this, he could do that. I'm like, you guys are thinking of so many different scenarios in order to justify your decision, dude. It's crazy. Oh, well, like he has the ability to pay with his phone or something, you know? And I'm like, I didn't even think about that, but also, like, the exercise was simple. He has no money. Would you give him money? Simple as that. I don't know. I was just, it really changed the way that I looked at these people. I don't know. I was like, dude, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It just really, yeah, I just really felt very separated from them at that point. But yeah, I don't know. I think entitlement really is a huge thing regardless of whatever program you're a part of. That I think of too. Like it's very weird whenever you're like going to your favorite like Paris baguette and you just see a fellow foreigner yell at the staff, why don't they speak English? So many awkward situations at that point. You're like, stares, looks left, looks right. Flat colors. Your smoke alarm is fucked? Oh my god, is it low on battery? Or is it just beeping? Beeping for no reason? Come on, color the little piece of hair. I legit replaced the batteries like almost a week ago and beep, beep, beeping its ass again. It scared the shit out of me. I was having such a nice calm vibe going on with your streaming and reading. This glore shimmers. No, that's so fair. That's so fair. It's so annoying. Like, I understand the importance of fire alarms, but like, dog, the beeping, please stop. Stop. I didn't know. Oh, Snoo's eyebrows are like brown. See, that's what I mean. There's like a little gap. Yeah, despite all of my all of my hardships with at point studying abroad or living with different people, I think I would live abroad again. It just depends on like what job it would be technically. Or like being a student again, I guess. There we go. But who knows? I feel like there's like many different paths that people. Well, I feel like there's a lot of different options, and figuring out what's going to work with you with your current situation or goals and stuff. It depends. Like for example, if you lived in Korea, like for example, there are like there's working holiday visas for like certain countries. And you already use your working holiday visa, well, you can only use it once, so you can't have that option again. So your options are again limited to what you can do. Or just like sometimes you just don't consider things. Cause like even for me, right? I ended up at a whole different university than I thought I would be in. When I was in my undergrad. There we go. Why did no work? Hmm. Yeah, like for example, I think I got my first internship because I was complaining. I was complaining about how hard it was to get one, and then deadass, one of the people that I made connections with when I was I think it was a freshman or something. They're like, "Oh, I have a opportunity for you." Then I'm like, "Huh?" And then I got hired on the spot. It was crazy. You never know, like what crazy things could happen, or like some things kind of work out to how they should be. Like, there's times where I wanted to do something and I applied or I did something for it or I made moves for that, and I didn't get in, or you know the program wasn't good for me or something. I don't know, like anything crazy, right? And then I find out from the grapevine, or like I find out through just living in general that like, oh yeah, no, they were like a scam, and I'm like, oh, thank God I didn't get in. You know, like, oh my God, I dodged a bullet. So you know, you never really know. But on that note, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna put the BRB screen on. I've returned. Bam. Perfect BRB screen. Yeah, thank you, thank you. It's all of the art everyone has gifted me.
I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face, girl. You know.
I do like using the art people gift me for models, but I think it's really nice to put them on like, at least like the ones who can't really be models, putting them on like the BRB screen. I also try to put it on my YouTube videos as well. At least the one for the art one. I mean the main channel, Reaper's Reprieve.
From it, I can spot the fake loving, rolling out the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like K100. Usher, I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross feet. God drive like
Oh my god. So I've been wandering lately. I've been wandering on YouTube, as one does, right? And I I started watching this girl's videos, and she talks about like, how do I explain this? She talks about creators and like their past and what led them to being YouTubers or whatever, or like streamers, etc. And I watched their video on MatPat. Did you guys know that he was like I knew he was a theater kid, but I didn't know he could sing like that. Like deadass. If you're like a fan of game theory or any of the theories that they did, if you like MatPat in any capacity, look up like his performance of Joanna. I was shook. I was like, what? He can sing, bro. He can sing. I was like, that. Oh my god. Like, I knew he was into theater. I knew that, but I didn't know that was he wanted to be on Broadway. Like, holy shit. And bro can sing. I also didn't know that he was like a YouTube strategist for so long, and I also did not know that he's the reason why YouTube Studio looks like YouTube Studio right now. Like, he had that much of an influence over, you know, just YouTube in general. Like, from a creator sense. I was like, yo, that's crazy. That is such a crazy thing to think about. Because I can't imagine uploading to YouTube from like the beginning of YouTube compared to like how it looks now. Because right now it's really nice, but I can only imagine how simple it was back then, and like how there wasn't like a lot of resources, at least to like understand analytics and things like that.
only for a moment. Take me back to the start.
$12 a month? $12 a month? Okay, God. Oh, wait. Free for deeply curious. Ad-free viewing across all channels. Dead wrong. Amy plays. Private Discord access. Okay. Exclusive live AMAs. Voting on future merch discounts.
We were sparks on quiet streets. Two hearts finding where to meet.
Oh. So I'm watching, guys, I'm watching a video on the side, and it's about this guy who is trying the game theory's like Theoryverse subscription, and it's $12. It's $12. Holy shit. Wait, how much is second try? Nice. Monthly $5. Okay. Reasonable. How much is a Netflix subscription? Hold up. That can't be how much it is. There we go. Ad free. It's $20. It's $20? Holy shit, what happened? I also haven't had like a Netflix account in like years. Holy shit. I probably don't sound that surprised, but holy fuck, it's $20? Holy shit. Oh. Well, I guess compared, well, I don't know about that. No idea what any of this means. Lol, I know the guy by name, only I never got into the content. That's fair. I know him through like a few of the videos I used to watch. I mainly watched his food theory the most because I wasn't really a gamer like that, and I wasn't really into film like that. But no, I think he's a great guy. At least all the stuff that he's done and like charity, as well as like, you know, I give a lot of props to creators who want to teach their audience something, because that requires so much more work and so much more research and so much more resources. So I give a lot of props for people who create content that is not only feel good in a sense of like, okay, I want you to learn more or to learn something or to connect. Like for example, for game theory, it's like, oh, okay, we can play Minecraft, but like it'll get you more interested into geology in general through like XYZ, right? So I give a lot of credit for that. I think that's a really like cool thing to do. But $12 is crazy for like shows and stuff. Like cause it's what it is, right? Is where once you build a brand and you want to start charging for it in a sense of like a streaming service, you better have a lot of fucking shows. You better have like a lot of like content in order to be consumed, you know? Like I can understand second try because it's like $5. Yes, it's like $5, but like you're not paying $20 for a Netflix subscription. But also you know, second try has more content on it than like a standard YouTube channel, I think. Like they have multiple different series that they do for it, and they have exclusive content that's like actual episodes of series that are like only available on there. So as a consumer, you're getting exclusive content as well as like getting early content. And it's not a huge fucking price. Like that $12 is a lot. I understand that you're getting like Discord access and like merchandise discounts. Let's see. And I guess mini games, and like I guess you can vote too. But that's pretty steep for a subscription service for 3 channels. So actually 4 channels. Because like when you put that in perspective, that's $12 a month. What fucking cup? Well, actually, I might be out of touch on that. I was gonna say what cup of coffee costs 12 USD, but then I was like, wait, I might be wrong on that because I don't get specialty drinks anymore. Wait, what? Okay, very fair, very fair. I was like, there's only 12 things. Like, there's only 6 episodes, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind. It just launched. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, that's $2 per thing. But that makes sense. Nice. Okay. I just realized that I forgot to... I forgot that I needed to, what do you call it? Draw Snoowoos, like, whatever these things are called.
silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I'll deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Say you need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you
I just want to be able to get the flats done.
know the 2 or the 3 or the 5. Girl, you need space. Go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find. Act right, saying you're fine. Read between lines. I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space.
I should probably draw like the, what do you call it? Fingernails? Those are kind of rough. I feel like I'm always bad at drawing fingernails, if I'm being honest with you guys. Because they're so easy to fuck up, honestly. Unless they're like painted nails and they can just kind of figure it out later. Okay, that's not the worst. But I think that works. Because it's just supposed to be an emote. Not anything too crazy. And that is 5 fingers. Okay, that is 5 fingers. I zoomed out and I was scared. I was like, yo, it's not 5 fingers. Oh my god. Where is this character from? Oh, it's my friend Snoo. That's the Snoo. He also does art, actually. Let's see. How can I should figure out a way to give shoutouts on YouTube. Just because I think it would be pretty useful, honestly. There you go. Let me do... There you go. Easy. Yeah, it looks great. I'm debating on I'll probably add more lines to the hair just because it looks a little funky with just two little hair strands. And I'm trying to figure out how to fix the eyes. I guess that could be fine. It's just a bit hard because Snoo's character's eyes are like... Here, let me show you. He has no pupils and they're like gray. So sometimes they're hard to color because Snoo's like pale. So I think I have to add more shading on the face in general. Like some more warmth to the face. Hmm. You're really shade this one.
I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm shooting, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Something like the duck running. I ain't coming with nothing. I know what they want from it. I can spot the fake loving. Rolling up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like cake, honey. Usher, I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross the feet. God drive like 6 feet. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out, I hit a peak. Bunch of snow in my seat, it ain't the same no more. Life is everything but the beach, like a chain. I'm a link with your lady for sure. Gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm shooting, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay.
Oh my god. Searching Snoo on YouTube without filtering just appears the Pokemon. Oh, I gotta tell Snoo that. That's so fucking funny. R.I.P. Snoo. R.I.P. Snoo. Unfortunately, yeah. Because even if you look up Snoo on like regular search terms, it's the same. It's the same struggle at that point. Let's see. There is the green guy. Oh, wrong chat. Hold up. There you go.
for a moment, take me back to the start. Before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet.
Oh my god, it's DJ Backshots. Hi Anon. How are you?
Me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world
Oh yeah, how was Offkai? Unknown.
in your hands.
Hope you had fun. I saw your update on how there was that guy who asked you if you wanted to talk to that random VTuber and you were like, no, but then you went back because you felt bad. I saw that and it sent me. I was like, oh my god, Unknown. It's just so nice. Hi, I'm alright. Okay, that's good. Living amongst the living. I did. Oh yeah. I don't think the gradient. Yeah, I don't think the gradient's gonna work for this. Oh my god. There was a guy in a bee outfit, and this VTuber had no line. Came up to with the mic and said, "Hey, you want to talk to her?" I waved and said, "No, I don't want to." A little bit after, I felt guilty, and Buddy asked me about it, so I was forced to go back and apologize. Talk to her for about 12 minutes. There we go. Very nice of you, Unknown. I feel especially when it comes to meet and greets, it's very nerve-wracking to be waiting and to see if anyone was going to go and talk to you. Let's see. Because I think the only person that I know who did like a meet and greet is like at least before is Brielle, right? Because she's a part of the Isha Coffee people. I think it's Isha Coffee. It's like the people who do like fancy coffee blends. Maybe I'll do like the outward part of the ear red as well. Is because I learned to realize that after the event, and I will talk about it, that event was not really meant for me. I don't know. Wait, really? Oh, interesting. I want to pick your brain now. I want to pick your brain. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I really like events in general, but also I think Offkai is very interesting because it's VTuber focused. So I want to pick people's brain. Because what I've realized is that I have heard a few people. So I follow a few corporate VTubers, and I like watching them. I'm gonna be so honest. I do enjoy watching them because I usually find them through like their vocal covers. So if they're a good singer, or I just like the way that they sing, there's a pretty high possibility I'll actually watch a couple of their streams if I can. Like if they're on, I'll watch it, or if I see a clip of them, I'll watch it. But what I've noticed is that especially for Offkai, there had been quite a few people who were not interested in VTubers at all, but had either spouses or partners, relationships who were interested in VTubers. Or it was so interesting, right? It was so interesting. There was one VTuber who ended up talking about, it was really nice to see so many new fans, because I just didn't, usually when you do these type of events, there's a dedicated group of people who buy meet and greet tickets and interact with you. So you'll see some of the same people all the time, and that's really nice. But this time there was quite a few new people, so it was really fun to kind of talk to them. But also there was a lot of like really new people. And I was like, oh, well, what do you mean by that? He's like, well, what I find really fascinating is that there was a lot of people who were not at all fans of VTubers or really didn't even know what a VTuber was, who bought my meet and greet to talk to me and like to ask me questions. Like the questions that these people were asking me were like, what do you believe is like the hardest part of being a VTuber, or how do you manage dealing with the stress of having so many people watch you, or like just some like random questions, right? And like questions that you need like a couple like some time to think about in order to give a proper answer. And he was like, it was so weird because they were completely dressed up like me, like my VTuber model, and was like talking to me with a meet and greet, like, and these meet and greet tickets aren't cheap, they're like $50. So like it was an interesting experience because they're not necessarily a fan of mine, but it was an interesting time to go and talk with them, and but there was quite a few people because I don't think I've ever experienced talking to like so many people who just weren't at all fans of VTubers or even a fan of mine. Which I agree, like uh, I think some people are just like, yeah, fuck it, why not, right? Fuck it, we ball. Especially if you go and you look at like their YouTube channels and things like that, and you gauge how popular they are as a creator, and you're like, oh well, why don't I just do this? Which gets even crazier because when you think about it, right? A lot of these kind of meeting VTubers or like having a meet and greet, especially at Offkai, most of the time the creators who are there are doing it based off of lottery. So you have to apply and then see if you even get in to buy a ticket. So I am fascinated. Because for me, I've never done a meet and greet with a creator like that ever. Nor do I think I would. Just because I feel like I don't like taking resources away from like actual fans, if that makes sense. Like it's going to mean more to meet them than it would be for me. It's completely different when it's like, oh, it's like no one's here, or like there's not a lot of people here, or like things like that. I think that's also different. It won't let me sub? What do you mean? Is Twitch bullying me?
case. Slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I'll deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep. Familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Saying need space to breathe. But what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to
I will have to give like a approval of color for Snoo on this one.
what you really got up your sleeve, huh?
Because I'm trying to follow his reference
You said
as close as possible.
you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little
Wait, Unknown, do you not have turbo? Wait a minute. I just realized. Oh yeah, you don't. Oh, interesting.
I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you forgot. I'm not the 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 5. Girl, you need
I also don't have it, but like,
space. While you're searching, hope you find.
I feel like I've reduced the amount of time that I watch Twitch.
I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me, you really need space to
For like, I don't think like any particular reason. It's just kind of happened.
don't believe when you said to me, you really need space to breathe.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like ask him if he likes this.
Silky little sleep. Something's up your silky little sleep. Silky little sleep. Lines between the lines, between the lines. Somehow I find you. I can't buy the time, no more time. Lines between the lines, between the lines. Somehow I find you. I can't borrow time, I'm tired of trying. I can't believe when you said to me, you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve. I don't believe when you said to me, you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your sleeve.
Okay, okay. Looks pretty good. Pretty good.
Silky little sleep. Something's up your silky little sleep. Silky little sleep.
Twitch is not working. They don't want my money. Man. Twitch, why? Why? The purple site is not pleased. But I don't have turbo. I see, I see. So fair, so fair. I don't think, yeah, I don't have turbo either. I don't think I ever tried it actually. I just live my life with ads. I'm so glad that Snoo didn't request for him to have glasses. W Snoo. Oh my god. But yeah, the reason I say is because one, I'm normal. So fair. So fair, unknown. Two, I'm not really into anime. Oh yeah, you're right. I remember that. Yeah. Three, I don't really expand my watch, as in I don't watch bigger creators. Oh, that is also true. I feel like there's so many of them too. It's hard to keep up. Keep in mind my first off-kai and first convention ever. Okay, that is very fair. That is very fair.
And I'm not okay. The sun ain't gonna shine all day. Can't wait to see it all.
Like for me, if you ask me to name some of the biggest VTubers, I only know the VTubers who have been in controversy plus some corporate VTubers.
I've been out praying my baby not hurt.
Like for example, I think it was Iron Mouse was having like a concert at Offkai, I think it was. I'm not too sure about that, but I know it was like a promotion to like buy a online virtual ticket and like, you know, watch the concert. It's like a pay-per-view type of thing. But I was like, I'm not really that big of a fan of Iron Mouse. I knew there was like multiple other creators there as well to like perform, but I was like, I'm not a part of this like clique in a sense of like creators that I watch. Also, I don't even know who even went to Offguy. Just because it's also not an event that I'm at per se, I only know certain things happen due to like the creators who I like watching clips of talk about. I only knew Iron Mouse and that voice actor of Deadpool and Marvel Rivals. You mean Sayu? I didn't go there to their meet and greet. Oh, very fair, yeah. Mm. Well, no, that's very fair on that. Because I know that like especially when it's meet and greets, they're expensive. They're really fucking expensive. Like I think for some VTubers, in a sense, their meet and greets, there's like two different types, right? There's like the actual meet and greet where you actually meet the creator face to face, which I do know that like a couple of creators do. They're like, yeah, you know, I don't really care, like I can just meet you as I am and just wear a mask, that's fine. But there's also I think it's different. I'm not too sure. I'm really not too sure. I'm guessing that one is like signatures and then you get to meet them like more in a Japanese idol sense. Like if you buy like a Polaroid or something, they'll sign it for you and they'll talk to you. I think it's like similar to what that is. And then there is the, you know, where you meet them as like a screen. Then you can like talk to them and stuff like that, which that one I know is pretty expensive. I think it's like $50 for like a minute or two. I didn't realize I needed tickets. Yeah, you definitely do, because it depends on the creator. It's 100% depends on the creator, because especially if they're like a corporate VTuber. And again, it's like there are more corporations than just Hololive and Nijisanji. There's like a shit ton of VTuber corporations, if I'm being honest with you. So it also depends on like their pricing as well and what they allow and, you know, things like that. Imagine meeting people, goddammit, and having to pay for it, I guess. Yeah, it completely depends. Because even for me, I've paid to meet voice actors before. Yeah, because I ended up meeting Dan Warren. Because I really like the work that he does. So it was really nice to like sit down and actually talk to him. I would not pay to meet someone and get nothing out of that. My money would be better spent on tickets at an amusement park. At least I get food and entertainment. Yeah, again, it completely depends on the person if they want to pay for meet and greets. Like, for example, if I were to be able to meet Miyavi, 100% would pay for that. 100%. I really like him as an artist. But especially when it comes to online creators, I think it's very different on like the vibes in general. Because I know some fans I have seen, some fans who do like online meet and greets, at least for like VTubers in general, because like we're talking about Offkai. I think fans get a lot out of it in a sense of like joy, because I do like seeing their like experience and how much they love it. They're like, oh my god, it's so nice, or it was like, it means a lot to them, I think, like personally. Like the whole time I was just walking around Artist Alley and waiting in line with my buddy for the meet and greets he wanted to attend. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I can see why Offkai isn't like number one. Did you like do networking at all, Unknown? Because I know a big reason why VTubers go to Offkai is to network. Like I know like Gil Ryu does like a lot of like meeting people or like following other VTubers and stuff like that at Offkai. Like I've seen some VTubers who are like completely in different circles, but they know each other and they talk to each other because they met at Offkai. Because if you look on Twitter, I think there's a lot of like personal groups to like hang out with each other. Or at least like for example, I know there were a couple of like Australian groups who met up, or a lot of people from New Zealand who met up who are VTubers. But they're not necessarily like, if you show up, they're like, oh, get the fuck out, you know? Especially since I know that you're someone who like does streams really late at night as well. Also, thank you for the hydration. Yeah, that's what I felt Offkai was. I definitely did network with Breeze Artists and some other mutuals that I can finally meet up. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, W. At least you were able to do that. But I do know that like the downtime probably was a lot. And I think especially for like Offkai, since it's like a VTuber thing, yeah, it's either, again, like what I say, like two camps of either people who just use it as an avatar to create content, and then the other side, which is like the VTuber culture in a sense, like the J-pop idol sense. Like, you know, they have like the 3D concerts, they have like you know, the meet and greets, or they have the merchandise from the companies or merchandise from the independent creators. Because I do know there was quite a few people who showed up. I know I forgot his name, Felician Su. I'm probably butchering the fuck out of his name. I'm so sorry. I really like his model. Or like I know Unnamed was there too, right? So it's like, yo, again, allegedly ex corporate VTuber and like one of like phenomenal artists, like musical artists. I will not lie, some of the posts I've seen on Offkai were somewhat hilarious. Okay, that's good. I just kept seeing people post about like the iPads, robots like going around. Oh my god, I saw that Dougie went. I was like, oh my god, Dougie. And as I continue to talk, I realize that I do know I know of quite a few VTubers. But in all, like, being fair, I don't think I would ever go to Offkai. So I give you a lot of props and then. I wonder if anyone we know is going to join the wild card thing. I did send that event to a few people that I know of. I also just make sure to send things over to friends when I find them so that they can make use of it. It's like for me, when it comes to anything that's like musical, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. I enjoy listening, but I'm not a singer. Also thank you. It's my first time for Offkai and meeting up a mutual. Like we shared a room together. Oh. Oh, bold messages are being held. Oh, sorry. It doesn't tell me when the messages are being auto-modded. There you go. I had to like up my what do you call it? I had to up my regulation rules? Question, I don't know what to say. I had to up it just because people were being weird in my chat. There we go. I went to Ofka and they asked me if I wanted 18 plus wristband, so I said yeah, and I thought it was like a show on an adult. Turns out it was for NSFW art. I'd also say I did get called an asshole for accidentally walking in front of a VTuber on an iPad. I chose to ignore it, but I really wanted to talk back. Also, my message is being held. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, whatever. Like, whatever. Like, I'm very much like, it's not that big of a fucking deal, guys. There's like what I'm assuming, because of the thing, right? Because I assume like the iPads don't fucking really go that fast, because they're an iPad on wheels at that point, right? So if you're being transferred to another location or someone is bringing you along, I think it's better for the person just to fucking carry you at that point. Yeah, I think that one's dumb. Because at the end of the day, isn't there like 10,000? Isn't there like 12 other people who are streaming the event anyways? Because Offkai may be a VTuber event, but there's pretty much always going to be IRL streamers. Let's be honest, or at least vloggers. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to shade hands. Or like blush hands, I should say. I think that should be fine. I'll look it over in the morning, make sure everything looks fine. Yeah, no, I think your observations on Off Guy are pretty set. Off the bed, have a good rest of stream. Yeah, thank you, Indigo. Thank you. Have a good rest. Thank you. I know it's not really a big deal, but I just tend to move fast, especially I get really defensive if someone says something about me. I just don't want to be kicked out for saying something dumb. No, that's fair. I think, to me, the way that I see it, right, is for me, if you're going to be at an event on an iPad, like, I think there's better ways to, you know, transfer yourself. In a sense of like, obviously there's always going to be someone like they're not just iPads driving around, you know. It's usually by someone who, like, there's usually someone with them at all times. I'm like, can't you guys just pick up the VTuber and just put them where they're supposed to be? But, you know, I don't know. I'm not very, because usually when it happens to someone being on an iPad, it's usually like VTubers who are independent. So I'm not too sure how that process works. So I'm like, can't you just pick them up and like take them to where they're supposed to be? Because at the end of the day, for me as in an event for me, if I was an event organizer, right, I would be like prioritizing the actual physical body people being there over an iPad. Because like for example, if I was on an iPad, I'd be like, oh, this is cool, but can you just take me where I'm supposed to go? Because the way that I see it too is just that, you know, the event is online. There's always going to be someone who's live streaming it. So I'll just watch the stream to see how it is, because a convention is a convention. There's just gonna be a shit ton of people there anyways. So just pick up the thing and take them where they're supposed to go. But I don't know, maybe that's a controversial take when it comes to VTuber iPads. Like, I'm pretty sure even when Connor takes Iron Mouse around, she's like on like an iPad, like someone's actually carrying her. Like, I don't think she's necessarily on those iPad devices that like zoom around. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a corporate VTuber on one of those things. Just again, because it's like, you know, you wouldn't have a corporate VTuber driving around on that if they're going to be doing meet and greets that you're going to charge for. Because literally anyone can walk up to them and ask them questions. Well, the world of VTubers, forever interesting for me though. I assume about wandering around to try to talk to probate new viewers. Ooh, that is true. That's a possibility. I always wonder how effective that is, because like it's most likely super loud in the event, right? So it's harder to even listen to them. Like, I guess that's what they're going to, or guess that they're going to a new location. Yeah, that's why I'm like, can't you just like pick them up? Because interesting possible fact, I don't know. Even though some VTubers are on iPads, most of the time they're, well, no, I shouldn't say most of the time. Allegedly, sometimes they're actually there. Because you know, there have been some times where they do like a VTuber concert, right, and they have like the 3D gear on their bodies. Half the time they're literally right behind the screen and they're doing their dance routine and they're actually singing. It's just that, you know, they're not trying to show their actual human bodies because of the whole VTuber immersion thing. So most of the, like, I don't know, sometimes they are actually there. Like, I know Isa Korva, she does go to the events, like she is dead ass there. But I think she performs as herself more often. Again, I'm probably butchering all these names, but I like their music a lot. Oh, I forgot to mention, a lot of people were upset that Fansly booth was the biggest one in the exhibitor hall. Also, I'll DM you the things. Oh, sure. Why are they mad about the Fansly booth? There's a huge amount of VTubers who are on Fansly. Like, there's, you know, I've seen more VTubers have a Fansly link account than I have seen any other creators. Some for NSFW artists and some for, like, you know, the actual, you know, NSFW work. VTubers are a weird species. Yeah, to me, it really depends on who you watch. Like for me, full transparency, I was a VTuber hater. I was a VTuber hater back in the day. And that was because all the VTubers that I saw were like the girly pops who just yell in your ear. That it really turned me off from ever really looking into VTubers. And then I was like, okay, if I'm going to be a hater, I got to be an educated hater. So I can be like, oh, well, you don't understand because you never even tried it. So I'm like, okay, bet. Well, I'm going to go try. And that's when I ended up like seeing creators like Kenji and seeing like even Gil Ryu. Again, Gil is like he's a partner streamer, but you know, I really just liked his vibe in general. So he is like one of the biggest inspirations for me, at least. But again, I think VTubers are such a interesting category in a sense, because it literally could just be you using an avatar and like nothing like really idol like about you. Like for me, I just use Reaper as an avatar most of the time, like pretty much all the time. I don't necessarily have like a role play aspect to myself, nor do I like participate in a lot of the usual VTuber stuff. Like I don't release covers, I don't release voice packs, I don't really cover VTuber topics in a sense. That might change. I might start doing that. Or like I have a very specific YouTube idea that I really want to do, but that I'm not really going to talk about. Or it's like, you know, again, VTubing could also just be a category of entertainment, which is like the idol culture aspect of it, right? Which is like the voice packs, the corporate VTuber stuff, the idol, like the covers, the dance covers, the performances, meet and greets, more of the like idol, and you get like the midway people too. So it's an interesting medium, I think, because it's tied to a whole different culture in a sense, and not in a sense of like, oh, Japanese culture, but like idol culture, which at least for me I think is really cool, or like not, well, at least fascinating, I should say. It's because there are kids at this event, and having 18 plus in the open where everyone can see. Oh, compared to the 18 plus art held in another room after 8 p.m. Oh. Okay, I could see that. Okay. I see the issue. Well, let me go see. Ooh, I want to see official meet and greets. Let's see who is there. Oh, Kaon was there. Okay. Henya was there. Okay. Hold up, I'm trying to make my music play again. Hold up. See, Kaon, Henya, Zentreya, Iron Mouse. Oh, Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix. Oh, Yenna Youngblood. I know her from last year's Offkai. She has a really good YouTube video about her buying merch of like her character and trying to be undercover. It's really fucking funny. Let's see. Yeah, Felician Sue. I'm really fucking that name up. I'm so sorry. He was there. Invane was there. Oh my god. Oh, Mint Phantom. Yeah. Wait, Senna was there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Senna's really a phenomenal artist, honestly. Oh my god, Roscoe and Gail were there. Xander, Lucian, and Cassian. Okay. Some of the FES boys. Or FSP boys, wrong one. I'm assuming that's Rikami. Oh, Reichi's there too. So yeah, I'm not beating the allegations that I know quite a few, and I know of quite a few VTubers. I'm not beating those allegations ever. Oh my god, I can't believe Senna was there. I hope he performed. Bro is like a real bro is a phenomenal singer. I was a VTuber hater for the exact same reason until I find the first of the indies I watched. She just wasn't yelling, y'all. No, exactly. Exactly. So real. So real. Let's see. Yabai Market. Oh, it even shows like who's selling. Okay, that's cool. Oh, where is it? British Exchange Concert, Starlight Anthem, Avalon. Okay, that makes sense. Henya, Kaison's Real Japanese Class. The art of hentai voice acting is fucking crazy. Oh, these are some really fun things. From Adult Swim to VTubing, the future of live animation. VTuber, actually, mostly Hololive. VTuber professional relationships with do's and don'ts. I think a lot of people need to go to that one. Live 2D rigging for dumbass, almost said dumbasses, dummies. Minecraft events, language of VTubing from Oshi to Zatsudan. That's another thing. Like as I said, like VTubing is like a whole like also content bubble where it's like when I first started learning about corporate VTubing, I was like, what the fuck is a Zatsudan? What the hell is an Oshi? What the hell is a Kami Oshi, bro? Oshi Audit, a VTuber game show. Yeah, this would have been fun to go see. I don't know a lot of these creators, honestly. Oh my god, oh my god, yeah, no, some of these are like really big names actually. I just saw the localization idols, how to make covers and achieve world domination. And who was hosting that? Gooner the Gooner? Wait, there's plot in my Invade is crazy. Guess that VTuber or Kami and I can't see the name. Isa, Arena, Stereo, okay. So many people. Ooh. Oh, Phase Connect. Oh my god, Ren Penrose. Oh yeah, they announced the wild card thing or wild club or whatever it was called. Interesting, interesting. I don't know a lot of other people, I'm realizing. Oh my god, the cute little keychains, okay. See. Yeah, the panels are free, but I didn't have much interest along with my buddy. That's fair. I think a lot of it's very like VTuber, like idol VTuber-esque. Or like Gooner-esque, I guess. Like, I think there are some, like, for example, there are some stuff I would only go to just because of the creator who's teaching it. Or, like, talking about it, like the panels and stuff. other ones I'm not too sure I would actually go to, because I don't really know them that well. For my own personal like interest, I would probably go to all of the corporate VTuber ones. Whatever was a corporate, I probably would have showed up and been like, okay, what's going on? What y'all doing? I know you like production quality is like higher in a sense because of the resources that they have, so I want to see what they do with it. But yeah, I don't think I would ever go to Offguy though. Just personally. I'm not a very social person in general, so I probably just wouldn't show up. I'm just shy. I'm just shy, bro. I'm just shy. I think if I were to go, it has to be like, I don't know. I really don't like interacting with like large crowds, so I can't really see a reason why I would be really dedicated to go, if that makes sense. Nor would I, like, for example, there's a lot of VTubers I like, but I don't think I would want to meet them because I think my image of them will be ruined. It's like that whole like, oh, I'll never meet your heroes, etc., etc. Like me meeting what do you call it? Me meeting a voice actor is different than a VTuber because like, you know, I feel like there's more to talk about in a sense of just like for example, I think when meeting voice actors, it's different just because you can talk about the work that they do in a sense of like professionalism, or like you truly see them separate from their work, if that makes sense. Or you like them as a person because of the work that they do, but you can truly just separate their craft from themselves, if that makes sense, even though it's literally their voice. Like it's just gonna be a pleasant conversation because you're just excited to meet the person and you can ask them like, hey, can you like record a voice line for me real quick in character or something. It's like pretty chill. But when you're meeting like a creator that you admire, there's so much more room for that to go wrong. Just in my eyes, you know, just in my eyes. Maybe not for everyone. Not everyone thinks this way, but at least for me, that's what I kind of like my mind goes to is like, oh, I'm kind of concerned that my image of this person would be ruined if I were to actually meet them. You know? I wouldn't be able to go next year because of it being in April, so I'll probably be in 2028 if I go in a group. Oh yeah, that is true. They announced that it was going to be in April next year, right? Oh my god, so many people were like upset because it was like too soon in their eyes. I don't know. I'll say, I don't know. I should probably say never, but I don't know. Like, I think it would be fun to go once and like see the vibes in general, but I don't think I'm built for convention life. Because I do know also that Offkai stinks. Like, physically stinks. Like, I do remember, I think it was Doki Bird mentioned, right? I think it was Doki Bird was like, oh my god, the smell was almost unbearable. I was like, oh god. Oh. I'd go if you go, bet. Yeah, that's the only thing I remember was her complaining about the smell. I'm pretty sure it was Doki Bird. I'm not 100% sure, but like, oh god, I do remember that. I had a mask on, so I blocked off the smell. Okay, that's good. Also, welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about how stinky Offkai can get. Oh my god, well come on in. What were you guys doing? Oosh. Let's see, let me give you your shout out. But yeah, welcome on in. My name is Reaper's Reprieve. You can call me Reaper, Percy, Naughty Dog, Reaps. I usually do art here. We're just hanging out talking about Off Guy. If you need to raid and run raiders, feel free, no worries. Take good care of yourselves. If not, then you're more than welcome to come and hang out. There you go. We were practicing art. Oh, nice. Feel free to share if you would like. I'm pretty sure links are allowed. Yeah, welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Like there's always gonna be that what do you call it? The meme of certain what do you call it? What do you call it? There's like that meme. I think it was Sticker Zoo. I'm pretty sure it was Sticker Zoo. Sticker Zoo started selling like deodorants at conventions. And that's what I always think about. They're like those mini deodorants. And he's like, yeah, I never sell out. So I'm like, ew. Oh my god, like air freshener or like, I don't know, room spray, something. I think the strat for that, right? The strat for that is to like have a mask but have like Vicks in the nose or something. Like the nose part or something, I don't know. I'll be the first to test. Oh my god. Somebody become a deodorant VTuber and go to Offkai? Exactly. Someone do it. Now let me see the art. Ooh, the art's so nice. Can I show this? Can I share this on screen? On stream, I should say. Oh my god. I really like the colors, actually. There's so much detail in like the skirt of the dress when it has like the little greens and purples. That's really impressive to me. Ooh. Also the little feetsies and the ankles are really nice. Yes? Okay, bet. Here, let me... Where is the image I just saved in my gallery? Hold up. Let's see. There we go. Save this to my downloads. There we go. Behold, absorb the artwork. It's so good. It's so good. Here, I'm gonna leave this on screen for a little bit. Yeah, I really like the hands, the feet, and like the skirt. I think it's really nice. Overall, very, very lovely piece. Especially when it comes to like adding colors into the skin and in the clothing. I think it looks really cool. Oh, and the flowers look really nice as well. No, you did a great job. Phenomenal job. Let's go. Yeah, thank you so much for the art tags. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. And also, like, thank you for letting me share it too. Absorb the art. There we go. Let's see. But yeah, again, if you need to raid and run, feel free, no worries. Take good care of yourself. I do know that like after a long stream, it's nice to like stretch out your hands and get some water. I mean, people were handling out Checky deodorant. I grabbed one just because it's moist. Oh my god. Oh my god, not the moist critical deodorant. That's crazy. I need to add you to my raid board. I forgot. Hold up. There we go.
Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I'll deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame it. I know the werewolf behind the sheet.
Hell yeah, cool drawing. Let's go.
Behind your pretty teeth, say you need space to breathe. But what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me, you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve, I don't believe when
There we go. Yay.
you really need space to breathe.
Add it to the raid board. I'll be get your little artwork in a year. There we go.
Silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky
Nice.
little sleeve.
Oh my god, I'm listening to like people sing, and like they keep cutting back to like, because it's like a concert, right? And so they like go to their talking portion, and I'm like, no, I just want to listen to the song. Go back to the song.
I'm not the one or the two or the three or the five. Girl, you need space. Go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find.
But I say my next convention will most likely be TwitchCon. Ooh, 2027 TwitchCon. Oh my god. Good luck. Good luck, unknown. I do think the Artist Alley is pretty good at TwitchCon though. They get like a lot of I think a lot of big artists, honestly. They prioritize artists who are like also Twitch streamers, I believe. At least from like what I've seen from a couple of vlogs. I usually watch this one dude who makes a lot of content about going to conventions and stuff. So he's like my primary knowledge, and also some other people I watch who go to conventions. But that's gonna be a journey, unknown. That's gonna be a journey. I do know that they are going to be cutting down on like live streaming, like IRL people live streaming. I think that they're going to be cutting down on that, which I think is really good. Because I think it's really annoying to like, I think that's also why I don't really want to go to a convention all that often, or all that really, because I really, personally for me, I really hate being stopped for interviews. I really hate it. Unless it's like I'm like chilling and I make eye contact with someone and they come and talk to me, yes, like you can go ahead and ask me like questions. But if I'm walking and you automatically stop me or you put your hands on me, oh, I get so mad. I'm like, get your fucking hands off me. Not a good time, not a good time. From my buddy experience, TwitchCon was better than Offkai. Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. I do know, like, they still have meet and greets there too, right? Like, I know they have, like, the bigger creators, but, like, they also have, like, VTuber meet and greets as well. Because I do know, like, a lot of the VTubers or, like, content creators who were signed to, I think it was Gamer Subs, had their own meet and greet at the Gamer Subs booth, which people were talking about was really good. I'll be your bodyguard as I was for my buddy. LMAO W unknown W. Yeah, I'm just a very like don't bother me type of person. Oh my god, ad break. No, I think having it just be like this looks better. wonder if there's I wonder if there's gonna be any like female content creators at TwitchCon, like the bigger, like the big streamers. Because I don't think anyone forgot about like what happened to, I think it was Emiru, right? Was the person who tried to walk up and force her to kiss them or something. That shit was crazy, dude. I was like, oh. Twitch still doesn't want my money. No, unknown. Maybe it's my settings here. Let me check real quick. Where is my monetization? There it is. I don't stop trying to shove weird ads, dude. Subscriptions, there we go. Bonus subscriber benefits? No. Ignore slow mode. I don't know what's wrong with it, none. Oh, I don't, get me out of here. I don't like being here. I don't like the trying to shove me to do like sponsorships. Get out of my way. I wonder if people were paid for their sponsorships with Stream Elements, because I do know they just barely narrowed being exploded, right? Remember, I'm shading the hands. I just think about the TikTok trend of putting like that red serum on your fingers, like your knuckles, or like anywhere that like has skin folding, if that makes sense. And then they have like the image of a very pale hand, and they're like, ooh. That's what I think of. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Maybe I should color in the hair some more. See, there's so many dents.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars.
I wonder who even organizes Offkai. Actually, should look into that.
Take me back to the start.
Because I only know about Offkai because of a creator that I used to watch all the time. Mentioned that he was going and had to explain to everyone what it was. So I think he also realized that a lot of his audience just didn't know anything about VTubers. They're like, I just kind of liked your design and the vibe that you have. So, what is that? I will say it was talking to other mutuals, and they told me PAX is probably a better convention for me since I'm into gaming more. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. Let's go. That's true. I think your like convention experience will be determined by like just your interest as a person.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us.
Like for me, I think going to Offkai would probably be a good time for me just because I have a fascination with VTubers. One, because of the culture around like, you know, VTubing in general, but also the business aspect of it. But me going to like an anime convention, just a regular anime convention, I probably won't have the best of time just because I'm not into anime like that anymore, if that makes sense. Like I am not locked in as I used to be, like way back in the day. As my friends say, I'm too normal. God damn it. I'm calling you normie as they throw eggs at you. You probably enjoy that convention where they have like it's a 24-hour convention and you can like what do you call it, play like the Japanese arcade games all night, and they only close it down for like a few hours so they can like clean the machines and shit. You might like that one. I don't remember where that one's held, but I do know that exists. Maybe others like parties and bars, but I didn't know because one, my buddy doesn't drink, and two, parties weren't my vibe. That's true. Because I know that like for me personally, if I'm being honest with you guys, I would raise my eyebrow about going to creator parties. Just because I think there's plenty of horror stories out there of like people going to them and like crazy shit happening basically. So, you know, it's not all parties or not all events are crazy like that, but I just wouldn't want to deal with like any of that, if that makes sense. At least that's like how I see it in my eyes. And sometimes you just need some rest too. Because especially when it comes to events like that, I think people pressure themselves to like do a bunch of shit where it's like, dog, just chill out for a second. It's fine. Like, I'm trying to remember. God, I can't remember. There was like, was that drama last year? It might have been drama last year. Can't remember. No, I think it was like people at VidCon. Never mind. Because I was trying to remember if there was like, I always know that there's always something weird going on with like the hotel rooms. Also, my vibe is more centered towards my culture. Very fair, very fair. Why does it look weird? What's wrong with this? I think I just took the wrong reference. Yep, I just did. I don't think I told you Spanish is my first language and English is my second. Oh yeah, you did. That makes sense. That makes sense in a sense of like, you know, just the vibe. See, doing on this cleanup work just makes me think like, oh, I should have just colored it normally. There's so much like looking really closely and trying to make sure I colored everything. There. I think that's as good as it gets. I'll ask Numu how he feels about like the colored like ombre eyes. I think he'll like it, but I always want to make sure that my clients like their like the shit that they get basically. But yeah. So I'll probably ask him for input and then finish this off stream, and then we'll just be working on art fight stuff because we have like what we have 1 day, 2 days. I think we have 2 days left. Let's see. Let me see. Twitch. Who's alive? Ooh. Oh, let's see. All right, we're gonna do a coin flip. Bet. All right. All right, I think that is it for me, guys. Oh, the time feels better for you. That's fair. W. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid into Mary. I'm sleepy now, so I'm gonna go ahead and raid out. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the raids. Here, let me send you guys out before you get hit with another ad. Actually, where's my streamer bot? There it is. Let me see. Nope, it's not gonna work. Is it working now? It hates me. It literally hates me. There we go. First one is for everyone. The second one is for all of my glucose guardians. But yeah, I will probably be back. Yeah, honestly, I'll be back tomorrow. Because we don't have much time before art fight ends. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll see. I don't know. I'll let you guys know on the Discord or on social media. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Also, thank you so much for everyone who was watching on YouTube. Thank you. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Until next time, bye bye. That's me in your hands.
7 tries, every night's a gamble. Even when I turn off all the lights, all I see are puzzles, yeah. I'd rather be dreaming, floating while sleeping, to islands in the sky. I need you to fly me away.